Chapter 1778, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. Chapter 1778, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. You just said earlier that demon races are inherently lowly beings? Yi Yuan's eyes turned sharp. His gaze looking at the gray-robed man was icy cold. The gray-robed man's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "So what? If you dare to kill me, it's absolutely impossible to escape out of the sundered boundary. I, Sikong Shou, am the spirit-controlling sect's core disciple. If you dare kill me, the spirit-controlling sect won't let you off." At this time, the gray-robed man could only rest his hopes on that the spirit-controlling sect's prestige could suppress Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coldly, "Who cares who the H-E-L-L you are? If you dare to humiliate my brother, there's only one outcome, and that's death." While talking, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred. That evil spirit's aura suddenly erupted. A chill that penetrated to the bones instantly made the temperature in the cave plummet to freezing point. "Kid, do you really think that we're lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Our spirit-controlling sect is far stronger than you imagine." Sikong Shou gave a cold laugh, powerful soul force spewing out. When his fellow disciples saw the situation, their expressions became incomparably ugly. "Senior apprentice brother Sikong, we really have to use this move?" "Yeah, senior apprentice brother Sikong. Using this move will fall back several minor realms." Clearly, the side effect of this move was immense. Otherwise, Sikong Shou also would not wait until now before using it. Sikong Shou gave a cold laugh and said, "If cultivation realm is gone, it can be cultivated again. Losing your lives, can you all still revive? At this point, do we still have a choice?" It was not that the rest did not understand this logic. It was just that their own strength was cultivated bitterly. Once it fell, wanting to cultivate it back would have to expend countless times again. This undoubtedly needed immense courage for them. But at this time, they clearly had no options already. The group of spirit-controlling sect disciples' soul forces virtually burst forth at the same time. These soul forces actually produced a strong resonance. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold face and said, "Coolly, kill." The evil spirit emitted a shrill screech, pouncing over toward the spirit-controlling sect disciples. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Sikong Shou's mouth, and he said, "How can the might of my spirit-controlling sect be what an ant like you can imagine? A measly evil spirit. Do you really think that you can take down us? O guardian of the sect, spirit-controlling sect disciple, Sikong Shou offers a sacrifice with soul force and divine essence to summon the guardian's sacred beast." The other disciples and Sikong Shou were the same, chanting away. Those divine souls dispersed in the air underwent a bizarre change at this time. An enormous claw that seemingly came from great antiquity probed out of the void. This enormous claw gave off a powerful aura. It was actually a level stronger than even the evil spirit. Rumble! Two mighty rank 5 powerhouses directly collided together. But that enormous claw was clearly a notch greater, directly smacking the rank 5 evil spirit flying with one claw. That evil spirit's aura immediately withered significantly. Then, an enormous beast covered in silver scales all over slowly stepped out of the void. The behemoth's body gave off an unfathomable aura. Ning Tianping's face changed, and he said, This is the beast soul of a silver-scale, single-horned beast. What a powerful beast soul." The auras of Sikong Shou and the rest immediately wilted considerably after this behemoth appeared. But Sikong Shou was incomparably excited and said with a big laugh, "Punk, you force me. This silver-scale single-horned beast is our sect's guardian sacred beast, a former rank 7 powerful existence. Now, suffer his wrath well." Tiger Heart actually started shuddering in front of this silver-scale, single-horned beast's beast soul. Even white light was also deathly pale, akin to facing a great enemy. Your Excellency, this silver-scale single-horned beast is too powerful. It's not what we can rival at all. Tiger Heart said tremblingly. Yi Yuan looked at that beast's soul and said with a cold smile, Guardian Sacred Beast? A rank 7 powerful existence. But you guys actually wiped away the consciousness of his beast soul and imprisoned him inside the sect, making him unable to reincarnate for all of eternity, guarding the sect generation after generation. This kind of sect, how vicious! Dustless saw through with one glance that this beast soul was merely a small portion of the main body. Clearly, with the strength of these people in front of them, summon at this kind of power was already the limit. However, the baleful aura on this beast soul was very strong. It did not willingly defend the sect, but it was the spirit-controlling sect that imprisoned it in a certain place with a special method, offering it up for the sect disciples to control. This kind of method was extremely cruel. The beast soul would never reincarnate for all of eternity. Rank 7 divine beast that was a powerful existence comparable to heavenly empyreans. Each one was an incomparably proud existence to actually be controlled by a bunch of trash. This was simply the trampling of dignity to a rank 7 divine beast. Sikong Xiu gave a cold laugh and said, So what? In the eyes of our spirit-controlling sect, fierce beasts and divine beasts are merely slaves provided for martial artists to control. They only need to obey our orders and do things. So what if a rank 7 divine beast? Isn't it still a brutish animal? Sikong Xiu was not ashamed in the slightest, but took pride in it instead. A rank 7 divine beast, what kind of proud existence was it? It actually became a brutish animal out of his mouth. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a chill, and he said in a cold voice, Survival of the fittest in natural selection. This in itself has no cause for much criticism. But your spirit-controlling sect's conduct is too cruel, going against nature and reason, being worse than even animals. You deserve death. Sikong Xiu burst into laughter when he heard it and said, It's just too bad that you can't kill me. That evil spirit of yours is too weak. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said with disdain, Although this divine beast is strong, it's just a pity that you guys are too weak. The beast soul summoned is merely just initial stage, rank 5. Sikong Xiu smiled and said, dealing with that trash evil spirit of yours, it's enough. Guardian Sacred Best, tear that punk into pieces for me. Roar. An earth-shaking roar echoed out. That silver-scale single-horned beast raised its enormous claw and smack over towards Yi Yuan. This claw carried a realm suppress that shocked the soul, powerful to the extreme. Even though it was just initial stage, rank 5, he was once a rank 7 powerful existence after all. That kind of pressure that came from the depths of the soul made people shudder. Even First Firmament, celestial deity martial artists, absolutely could not survive by a fluke under this claw. In comparison, Yi Yuan's evil spirit was much weaker. Go to H.E.L. A fool who overestimates his ability. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, his face not having the slightest change in countenance. Right at this time, an even more powerful soul force than the silver-scale single-horned beast suddenly burst forth. Ghost Tao 100 Runes, 21st Tao, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. That evil spirit's body suddenly expanded more than 10 times, raised a ghost claw, and smashed over toward the silver-scale single-horned beast. Bang! Sikong Xiu's expression changed drastically, looking at this scene in disbelief, only to see the guardian sacred beast that they took great pains to summon dissipate with a loud bang under this punch. This evil spirit was suddenly more than 10 times stronger than before. Pooh, pooh, pooh. With the guardian sacred beast being defeated, these spirit-controlling sect disciples suffered great damage to their minds, all spurting fresh blood wildly, bodies flying out backward. Sikong Shio's expression was struck dumb with amazement as he looked at this scene and said, This is impossible. How can this evil spirit be so strong? Chapter 1779, Humiliation. Chapter 1779, Humiliation. The guardian sacred beast was actually defeated, blasting away an initial stage rank 5 beast soul. With one punch, this kind of strength simply made people shocked. One had to know this rank 5 evil spirit was not considered powerful. Even human first firmament celestial deities could defeat him. But the guardian sacred beast was actually directly killed in one shot. This is your greatest reliance. What laughable pride! Yi Yuan's words were full of contempt. This beast soul was indeed powerful, but in front of the present dustless, it was still not enough to look at. Following Yi Yuan's strength gradually becoming stronger, the soul-suppressing pearl also recovered a lot of power. Although this rank 5 evil spirit was powerful, it did not unlock intelligence. After Dustless appeared, he directly subdued the evil spirit. Previously, it was all the evil spirit fighting instinctively. But just now, Dustless controlled the evil spirit's actions through the soul-suppressing pearl. With his ghost Tao attainments, the power of this punch, even a second firmament celestial deity would also find it hard to resist, let alone the beast soul that Sikong Shio summoned. The faces of the spirit-controlling sects, people, revealed despair. Only at this time did they deeply experience Yi Yuan's might. Sikong Shio's face was ashen. Right now, they used their final trump card. Not only did they could not kill Yi Yuan, but their cultivation realms were also greatly damaged instead. The current Sikong Shio, his realm already fell to 7th Firmament Divine Lord. Even without borrowing the evil spirit's strength, Yi Yuan could easily kill him too. White Light, I'll leave this guy to you. The humiliation that he gave you, get it back 1,000 times over. Yi Yuan turned around and said to White Light with a smile. The current White Light already recovered to human form. He looked at Sikong Shio, eyes spewing fire. Walking out of the immortal Grove world, he had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Thanks, big brother. This guy's life, I'm taking it. Sikong Shio was aware that he would not get away. Hearing that, he laughed wildly and said, Lowly animal, turning into a human form also can't change the fact that you're lowly. Just the likes of you also want to take my life? Rage was written all over White Light's face as he said in a solemn voice, Big brother has done it to this extent for me. If I still can't kill you, I'm also not fit to be his brother anymore. Scoundrel Sikong, prepare to die. On White Light's body, the white tiger pressure virtually turned corporeal. It was only to see him turned into an afterimage, shooting over towards Sikong Shio. Sikong Shio gave a cold laugh and directly brought out the Dark Soul Pearl and said, Reckless and blind fool, don't you forget, the Dark Soul Pearl is still in my hands. Whose? H. Plus his voice had yet to fade when a beam of sword light Pa-S said through the void, SLAs. H. I. Plussing directly on the Dark Soul Pearl. Clank. The strength of this sword was tremendous, directly hacking the Dark Soul Pearl flying, breaking free of Sikong Shio's grasp. Right at this moment, White Light's figure already arrived. Bang! White Light's punch smashed solidly on the right side of Sikong Shio's face, directly knocking him to the ground. Half of his face became distorted. The current White Light already reached the level of late-stage rank 4 as well. This punch was thrown in anger. How great was its power? Sikong Shio's eyes rolled back, clearly being smashed dizzy. White Light naturally knew that the Dark Soul Pearl was in Sikong Xiu's hands, but he likewise knew that Yi Yuan would not let Sikong Xiu have an opportunity to attack. White Light's trust in Yi Yuan was unconditional. Leaving his back to Yi Yuan, he was too at ease. White Light did not stop, following up with his victorious pursuit, pummeling Sikong Xiu, taking advantage of the initiative. How could Sikong Xiu, who originally had strength matching White Light's, still have any power to resist at this time? Yi Yuan just wanted to let White Light vent the grievances in his heart. He naturally would not give Sikong Xiu any chance for a fair fight. Yi Yuan picked up the Dark Soul Pearl and could not resist sizing it up. "Senior, this thing also seems to be a soul-type divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. It's quite mysterious." Yi Yuan communicated with Yi Yuan in his consciousness. Dustless nodded and said, "This object is refined specifically to target beast souls. It possesses extremely strong suppression effects, able to make the demon race's beast souls produce the thought of submitting uncontrollably." Yi Yuan played with it for a while and suddenly said, "Senior, this thing is a soul-type divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Then can you alter it?" The moment Dustless heard, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and smiled as he said with a nod, "Although beast souls and divine souls are two different forms, they are essentially the same. This old man just has to slightly add something extra, and it can naturally work." The moment Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. "White Light, all right." Hearing Yi Yuan's yell, only then did White Light stop and spat fiercely. "Big brother." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Vented your anger yet?" White Light grinned and said, "Feels much better." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Let you watch a show, it will feel even better." White Light's eyes lit up, faintly revealing a look of antic. Asian. Yi Yuan came to the half-dead Sikong Xiu's side. Lifting his hand, he drove the Dark Soul Pearl into his divine soul. At the same time, a mysterious power also entered his divine soul along with it. Immediately, Sikong Xiu's eyes became hollow. When his fellow disciples saw this scene, their faces could not help changing drastically. That red-clothed girl said, How is this possible? The Dark Soul Pearl's effect on humans is extremely weak. Senior apprentice Brother Sikong has peaked divine, Lord Realm Divine Soul. So how can a Dark Soul Pearl be effective? How could she know that the level of the soul-suppressing pearl was much higher than this Dark Soul Pearl? With Dustless's means, adding extra stuff was too easy. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Lie down." Sikong Xiu seemed to have forgotten his pain, immediately laying on the ground like a dog. "Go, lick White Light's shoes properly. Lick until it's clean," Yi Yuan ordered. The current Sikong Xiu was exactly the same as the White Light before, obeying Yi Yuan's orders involuntarily. Furthermore, this Dark Soul Pearl only suppressed the divine soul. Hence, what he was doing, he was perfectly aware. Otherwise, White Light also would not have such a strong sense of humiliation after recovering his freedom. Sikong Xiu crawled to White Light's side like a dog and really started licking White Light's shoes. Very soon, White Light's shoes were licked very clean. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The Dark Soul Pearl returned to his hand. Sikong Xiu's eyes also recovered clarity. He looked at Yi Yuan, eyes bloodshot from anger, as he said, "Punk, you dare to humiliate me like this? I'll fight it out with you." White Light raised his feet and directly kicked him flying. Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and opened his mouth to say, "Now, feel humiliated? Do you feel what my brother experienced?" Sikong Xiu clutched his chest and gritted his teeth and said, "Pooh, how can he, a lowly brutish animal, be mentioned in the same breath with me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? What difference was there between you and an animal just now?" As long as I'm willing, I can make you be an animal for life. Do you want to try it? Sikong Shio's face changed, eyes revealing a look of fear. This guy in front of him was simply a devil. Seeing Sikong Shio keep mum, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You relax. I feel it utterly beneath my dignity to use an animal like you. Doing these is purely in order to humiliate you. I'll let you know that the outcome of bullying my brother is very serious. Now you're useless. So tell me everything you know about the bamboo groove void realm situation." Chapter 1780 Heart of the Void Realm. 1780 Heart of the Void Realm. Tell you? Haha, dream on. Even if I die, I won't tell you anything. The current Sikong Shio was already close to going mad. His dignity was already utterly ravaged. His hatred toward Yi Yuan also reached the peak. But Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't have the intention of listening to you speak. What you say, I won't believe it either. So, I'll see for myself." Sikong Shio froze when he heard that, and laughed wildly as he said, "You want a soul search? Ha ha ha. My spirit-controlling sect is most proficient in the divine soul path. My realm is also a lot higher than yours. You actually said to me that you want a soul search? Ignorant fool." Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Shio very calmly and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so?" Bang! Yi Yuan directly stomped Sikong Shio to the ground with a foot, divine soul pouring into his sea of consciousness frenziedly. Sikong Shio's realm fell greatly, but his divine soul was still very powerful. Logically speaking, it was totally impossible for Yi Yuan to want a soul search. Sikong Shio naturally thought so as well. His soul force also poured out frenziedly, wanting to directly extinguish Yi Yuan's divine soul. But right at this time, a mysterious energy was directly pumped into his sea of consciousness. His divine soul seemed to be instantly frozen, unable to move at all. That sort of feeling was like having his hands and feet bound up. He could only passively watch Yi Yuan's divine soul searching willfully in his sea of consciousness. Sikong Shio was overwhelmed with shame and anger. All of his secrets were displayed in front of Yi Yuan unreservedly. When the spirit-controlling sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Yi Yuan really succeeded. This young man in front of them was too scary. Who on earth was he? After a slight while, Yi Yuan's divine sense withdrew, his eyes revealing a ruminating expression. "Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Sikong Shio pounced over toward Yi Yuan with a roar. Ning Tianping flashed, directly sending him flying with a slap. The current Sikong Shio was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With Ning Tianping's current skills, dealing with him was easily accomplished. A trash like he wants to kill his excellency, Ning Tianping said disdainfully. Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Shio and said with a cold smile, "Your spirit-controlling sect is really worse than animals. White light, Tianping, Tiger Heart, kill all of them, spare none." This spirit-controlling sect committed many evils and had utterly no humanity to speak of. This Sikong Shio was even more wicked, raping and looting, committing all kinds of atrocities. This kind of person, if Yi Yuan did not run into him, then forget it since he provoked him, Yi Yuan naturally would not be soft-hearted. These spirit-controlling sect disciples were all in very sluggish states, currently because of summoning the guardian sacred beast. White light, 3 people disposed of those few like chopping vegetables. "Big brother, I really didn't think that you could actually search for me until here. If not for you, I probably..." White light's expression dimmed. Thinking of that life worse than pigs and dogs from henceforth, he could not help feeling lingering fear. Ning Tianping could not resist saying, "Brother White Light, You don't know how great a price His Excellency expended in order to find you." Yi Yuan glared fiercely and said angrily, "You talk too much." Ning Tianping stuck out his tongue and sensibly shut up. White Light was moved inwardly. With Ning Tianping saying so, how could he still not understand in his heart? "All right, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. It's good that you're all right." Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said. White Light nodded his head and said no more. Between him and Yi Yuan already did not need to say too many feeble words to thank. If Yi Yuan was in trouble, he would likewise throw caution to the winds and go save him. Only after a bout of small talk did Yi Yuan know that White Light did not want to come to the Demon Divine region on his own initiative, but he was compelled against his will. Back then, after he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he accidentally stumbled into a grotto. White Light obtained the Tiger Clan's legacy inside the grotto and was also trapped there for as long as several hundred years. Later, White Light's strength advanced a lot, and he could finally walk out of the cave. Who knew that walking out from there, he already arrived at the Demon Divine region. Then later on, Yi Yuan knew about it. When he knew the whole story, his entire person was stunned there. He did not think that he treated Black Pupil as a brother, but Black Pupil took him to be a fool. But after hearing the Black Pupil was tortured to death by the Heavenly Tiger King, White Light also felt at ease. No matter what, Big Brother already avenged him. "Big Brother, what should we do now? Did you find any useful clues from that Seekong show?" White Light asked. The urgent matter on hand was for the few people to find a way out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Bamboo Groove Void Realm has a Void Realm heart. Void Realm hearts are a singularity that connects the Heavenspan world and Void Realms. It can continuously draw energy from the Heavenspan world without ceasing, maintaining the Void Realm's consumption. As long as one can find the Void Realm heart, they will be able to find a way back." White Light frowned when he heard that and said, "This Void Realm heart is so important. So it definitely isn't that easy to find, right?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "This Bamboo Groove Void Realm is an Empyrean level Void Realm. Many major sects also have true D-realm powerhouses holding down the fort. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm heart is simply nothing more than wishful thinking." The three people could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard. This Void Realm heart was so important, it was definitely held in the hands of the most powerful characters. Empyrean level powerhouses, blowing a breath, could turn the few of them into dust. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm heart was simply an impossible mission. "Your Excellency, could it be that we have to keep on waiting here?" Ning Tianping's expression changed slightly as he said. Yi Yuan said, "Not necessarily so as well. The faction in charge of the Void Realm heart is called Bamboo Groove Holy Temple. Under the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple, there are more than 10 true D-level sect forces. Every 1,000 years, these true D-level sect forces would undergo the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, and the top 5 of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave will have the qualifications to become the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple's disciple. And these 5 people will also obtain the qualifications to enter the Void Heart Realm to gain enlightenment on Tao. Inside the Void Realm Heart, there were the lifetime comprehensions of the major power who created this Void Realm left behind. So it was not only an important treasure for maintaining the operation of the Void Realm, it was also an excellent place for comprehending Tao. Big Brother, your meaning is that we have to join these sects, then take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. White Light said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not us, it's me. This Bamboo Groove Void Realm martial artists' legacies are extremely ancient. The divine essence that they cultivate is also different from the heavenspan world. When you guys arrive at the sects, as long as you utilize divine essence, you'll immediately be found out. So, the few of you wait in the purple extreme hall and cultivate well. I'll bring you all back to the heavenspan world. White Light shrugged and said, "All right, big brother, your cultivation method is too freakish. So it is better to leave this kind of thing for you to do." He knew that Yi Yuan's cultivation method could even simulate the fiend race's fiend essence, let alone this bamboo groove void realm's divine essence. Yi Yuan carried out soul search on Sikong Xiu and naturally knew the exit of the sundered boundary. He let White Light and the rest enter the purple extreme hall. He then headed toward the exit that led to the bamboo groove void realm himself. Chapter 1780, 2 choices. 1780, 2 choices. On a broad avenue, Yi Yuan was currently walking forward slowly. On the streets, many martial artists were in groups or walking alone. The auras on these people were not weak. They were actually all divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan knew that they were going to the Shadow Moon sect to take part in the sect assessment. He was also the same. Yi Yuan learned from Sikong Xiu's Sea of Consciousness that among true D-level sects, only the Shadow Moon sect was currently recruiting new disciples. There were still roughly 200 years until the next bamboo groove martial conclave. Yi Yuan needed to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible within these 200 years. Those taking part in the bamboo groove martial conclave must be at the celestial deity realm. And Yi Yuan seemed to still have a very long way to go to the celestial deity realm. In the previous few years, Yi Yuan had been immersed in alchemy Dao all along, and his martial Dao did not progress much. Over these 200 years, Yi Yuan planned to cultivate with all his might and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible. "Hey, little brother, which sect are you from? You seem like a new face here." Perhaps a burly man felt bored and moved close to Yi Yuan's side and walked alongside him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I came from a Divine Lord level small sect. It doesn't have much reputation." The burly man smiled and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder your strength is so weak. With your strength, it's probably very difficult to pass the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination." Yi Yuan secretly smiled in his heart. This guy's personality was very straightforward, but he could also tell that this man was a straightforward character. Whatever he had, he would say, without going through his brain at all. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "I'm just here to give it a try. After all, my original sect already doesn't have anything that I can continue to learn about." The burly man said, "Makes sense for you to be able to cultivate to your current realm at a divine, Lord level small sect. It's indeed very not easy already. However, the geniuses capable of entering the Shadow Moon sect are all 1 in a million. If you want to pass the entrance examination, you'll probably have to take several hundred more years." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Amen. If it doesn't work out, I'll do miscellaneous work in the Shadow Moon sect. When my strength is sufficient, I'll come and take part in the entrance examination again." The bamboo groove void realm's territory was vast, sects standing in great numbers. These dozen over true D-level sects were leviathans, but there were still many celestial deity level sects and divine lord level sections. After these sects' geniuses had some accomplishments, many people would choose to enter higher level sects. Firstly, their own sect already did not have much room for development for them anymore. Staying would only waste time. Secondly, after these disciples entered true D-level sects, once they learned something, they would take better care of their own sect. Hence, Those going to take part in the Shadow Moon Sect's examination were mostly true D-level disciples. Of course, there were also some small sect's disciples who were mostly unknown and were also not too likely to pass the A assessment. The burly man's words were not without basis. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was far from comparable to same-rank martial artists. The burly man smiled and said, "Ha, I came from the Thundercloud sect. I'm called Han Yong. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, give me their names." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Brother Han. I'm Yi Yuan." The two people were currently chatting when a burst of ridicule suddenly came from the side. "Ha ha, Han Yong, you also don't take a P.I.S. and look in the reflection yourself. Just the likes of you also dare to take care of people? I'm bullying him now, so do you dare to cover him?" Yi Yuan looked sideways and saw three youths in bright clothing looking at Han Yong with a smile that was not a smile, having a look of ridicule on their faces. These three people were very similar between the eyebrows. One look, and they were three brothers. When Han Yong saw these three people, his expression could not help changing. He said in a solemn voice, "Xiaoxi, what are you being COCKY for? If you have the ability, come over by yourself. I guarantee that I won't beat you to death." Han Yong turned around and whispered to Yi Yuan, "This is Zhao Shu, and Zhao Shi, three brothers originating from Devil Elephant sect. They are sworn enemies of our Thundercloud sect." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood in his heart. "Zhao," she said with disdain when he heard this, "you're merely a hair stronger than me. You aren't even a match for my second brother. Yet you still dare to be insolent in front of us three brothers? Your Thundercloud sect is really trash, just sending a good-for-nothing like you out. You can only put on a front in front of some small sections." The words angered Han Yong until his expression turned livid. Zhao Shi three brothers were extremely talented. The three people's strength had always advanced at the same rate. Zhao Shi was slightly weaker, also peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. The other two were 8th Firmament Divine Lords. Han Yong's talent was actually really good. He just recently became an 8th Firmament Divine Lord. It was just that in front of these three brothers, it was still a little worse. "Zhao Shi, you dare to insult my Thundercloud sect. If you have the BALLS, fight one-on-one with me." Han Yong did not dare to challenge the three of them and could only use words to goad Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi only smiled and said, "After entering the Shadow Moon sect, there's plenty of time to fight one-on-one. But right now, haha, didn't you say that you're covering for this kid? Now, I'm going to bully him. I want to see what you use to SHI+ELD him with. I'm going to let everybody take a look at how trashy your Thundercloud sect is. What kind of strength you have. You don't have any idea yourself. Haven't even entered the sect, and you dare to cover people." Han Yong's expression changed, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, I was the one who harmed you. You quickly go. I'll block him." But Zhao Shu laughed and said, "Isn't it too late to leave now? Your opponent is me." Zhao Shu's figure moved, directly facing off with Han Yong. Han Yong's strength was a notch weaker than Zhao Shu's. With his match-up, he could only accept the challenge passively. If he wanted to run, he could naturally escape. But if he ran Yi Yuan facing the Zhao trio brothers by himself, then the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Zhao Shi slowly walked to Yi Yuan and said with an amused look, "Kid, you're actually not running away. Are you scared, silly? Haha, don't blame me for bullying me. Want to blame someone? Blame Han Yong, who asked that guy to posture." Yi Yuan himself also felt baffled. Walking along the streets, he could actually get into such trouble too. However, Zhao Xi's strength, he did not take it seriously yet. If he did not provoke him and bickered a few sentences with Han Yong, then forget it. Yet, he wanted to come to provoke him. Yi Yuan could only sigh in his heart. Wouldn't die if didn't court death. Everyone is going to take part in the Shadow Moon sex examination. We'll all be fellow apprentices in the future. Why is there a need to end up like this? Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. Regarding this kind of lame fight, he was indeed disinclined to take part in it. As long as Zhao Xi himself pulled back, he would not stoop to the other party's level too. Zhao Xi laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Fellow apprentices? Ha ha, brat, you're thinking too much. With just the likes of your bit of strength, you also want to pass the Shadow Moon sex examination? You and I are never of the same world. Hence, there's no way we'll be fellow apprentices." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then..." Zhao Xi sneered and said, "Kid, I have to admire your nerves. Now, I'll give you two choices. Number one, kneel down and yell, 'Thundercloud sect is trash' 3 times. Second, I'll cripple your cultivation, break both your legs, and let you crawl to the Shadow Moon sect." Chapter 1782, understood. 1782, understood. This kid is also pitiful to actually provoke the Zhao three brothers. Isn't that so? The Zhao three brothers are well-known genius disciples in celestial deity level sects. That kid is just a 5th firmament divine lord. Do you guys think that he'll choose to kowtow or choose to have both legs broken? It's definitely to kowtow, even if he offends the Thundercloud sect, as long as he can stay in the Shadow Moon sect and do CHORES, there will always be a possibility of rising again. With a show to watch, quite a few people stopped their footsteps and crowded around to watch. They were currently all guessing which option Yi Yuan would choose. Of course, the majority of the people felt that Yi Yuan would choose the first one. After all, in their eyes, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win against the peak 7th firmament divine lord Zhao Xi. But Zhao Xi's words made Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turn cold. He and Zhao Xi had no grudges nor enmity, but this guy still transferred his anger to him and wanted to send him to his doom because of Han Yong. "If I don't choose any?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Xi smiled and said, "You must choose, because if you don't choose, I'll help you choose the second one." Yi Yuan said, "Then I'll choose the third one." Zhao Xi froze and said, angrily, "I didn't give you a third option. Still not choosing? I'll help you choose." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The third one was added by me. Everybody go to the Shadow Moon sect together and partake 1P8 in the entrance examination. Isn't that good?" Zhao Xi's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "You're toying with me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wanted to save you a bit of face. Looks like your reputation is still considerable. If you were to get beaten by me in front of so many people, how humiliating would that be?" The moment Zhao Xi heard this, he could not help letting out a big laugh as he said, "You beat me? Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke that I've heard. Kid, I changed my mind. Now I'm going to cripple both your hands and legs, let you unable to even crawl." The surrounding people all used eyes like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan, a 5th firmament divine lord pummeling a 7th firmament divine lord. Was he trying to be funny? There was a small stage in between. This kind of fool was actually coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination too. What a wonder! Zhao Xi was thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan. He formed claws with his fingers. The world power of 7th firmament divine lord gushed out frenziedly, directly grabbing towards Yi Yuan's arms. Zhao Xi had an imposing momentum. This grab was determined to succeed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan threw out a palm swift like lightning. Inconceivably quick, Crack! Yi Yuan attacked extremely precisely, directly disregarding Zhao Shi's world power, grabbing the webbing between his thumb and index finger and crushed fiercely. His fingers snapped at the sound of it. Arc! A scream came over. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's expressions changed. Zhao Shu was alarmed in his heart, repelling Han Yong with one move. He glared at Yi Yuan and said, "Punk, let him go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Everyone all looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling that it was preposterous to the extreme. Indeed, subduing the enemy in one move. However, it was completely contrary to what they thought. The powerful Zhao Shi was actually restrained in one move. Yi Yuan gave in, loosening his 5 fingers. He actually let go of Zhao Shi. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart. Zhao Shi hurt until he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect to fail miserably in a simple task, the anger in his heart already billowing to the sky. The moment Yi Yuan let go, his left hand grabbed toward Yi Yuan's throat like lightning. He wanted to take Yi Yuan's life. However, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Crack! Another crisp, bone-breaking sound. The 5 fingers of Zhao Shi's left hand were also directly broken by Yi Yuan. Arc! Zhao Shi's mouth emitted an even more shrill scream than just now, akin to a pig getting slaughtered. Yi Yuan made his move neat and tidily, without the least bit of sloppiness. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's faces changed again, and they said in anger, "Kid, do you not understand our words?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I understood. Didn't I already let go? It was he who courted death by wanting to kill me. I only broke his 5 fingers, so it's already considered courteous." Zhao Zhao's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Kid, you're very courageous to actually dare break my 3rd brother's 10 fingers. If you can leave alive today, my Zhao Zhao 2 words will be written upside down." Bang! His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his feet and directly kicked on Zhao Shi's knee, directly kicking his knee joints to pieces. Another bone-piercing, severe pain was transmitted to his brain. Zhao Shi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. When Yi Yuan heard, he smiled faintly and said, "Your meaning is that I can only stand here and let him kill me. Ho-hoo, now what do you still have to say?" All around, everyone all drew cold breaths. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan's strength, but they were even more shocked by Yi Yuan's means. He actually crippled Zhao Shi in front of Zhao Zhao. In their view, Zhao Shi underestimated the enemy too much just now. That was why he would be restrained by Yi Yuan. But Zhao Zhao's strength was at the 8th firmament divine lord realm. Yi Yuan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. When Zhao Zhao saw Zhao Shi's miserable appearance, the muscles on his face were twitching. It was just that Yi Yuan's ruthlessness also made him extremely apprehensive. His expression changed several times, and he finally said, "Brat, you let go of Zhao Shi, and then I'll let you leave." By the side, Han Yong was long dumbfounded from watching. He thought that Yi Yuan would be dead for sure this time. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vicious. Not only did he not die, he even returned Zhao Shi's words to him, directly crippling him. Hearing Zhao Zhao's words, Han Yong's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him." But Yi Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "Everyone will be fellow apprentices in the future. We'll be meeting frequently. Falling out too hard isn't good." Finished talking, he directly made his move and threw Zhao Shi over. Zhao Shu's figure moved, hurriedly catching, but at the same time, Zhao Zhao moved. His aura was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Shi's. Han Yong blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a flash without thinking. Bang! The 2 people forcefully exchanged a blow. Han Yong retreated several dozen steps in a row, before barely managing to stand firm. While Zhao Zhao did not budge an inch, striking Han Yong back, Zhao Zhao did not stop in the least bit. Russ. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a youth in white slowly walked out and said to Zhao Zhao, "All right, Zhao Zhao, give me face. Let this matter go like this." When Zhao Zhao saw this person, his expression could not help changing, and he said in a solemn voice, "Young Fan, this is none of your business. This punk beat my third brother until like this. Could it be that you want me to swallow the insult and endure in silence?" Yang Fan said coolly, "You also know my relations. I+P with Han Yong. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I can only take action." Yi Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He originally wanted to teach Zhao Zhao a lesson. He did not expect that someone threw a wrench in the works. But the aura on this Yang Fan's body was very powerful. He was already not far from becoming a 9th firmament divine lord. Clearly, Zhao Zhao was very wary of him. Zhao Zhao's expression changed several times, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give you face today, but when this kid is unable to pass the entrance examination, I'll definitely take his life then." Yang Fan said coolly, "At that time, it's naturally up to you." Zhao Zhao's face fell, and he said to Zhao Shu, "Bring along third brother. Let's go." Chapter 1783 Team Up With Me. 1783 Team Up With Me. Yang Fan sized Yi Yuan up, revealing a look of curiosity. But Han Yong laughed loudly and said, Fortunately, old Yang, you came in the nick of time. Otherwise, the two of us will die here today. Zhao Zhao, this D.A.M.N. fellow, there will come a day where I'll make him pay the price." Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "You can really cause trouble." Han Yong cried injustice as he said, "This has nothing to do with me. I was just chatting with younger brother Yi, and those few fellows suddenly came out. But speaking of which, younger brother Yi is loyal enough. I like that. I can S.H.I+ELD you, but old Yang can definitely cover you." Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "This matter isn't over yet. Don't you forget, the devil elephant lineage has considerable power and influence in the Shadow Moon sect. Some people, even I can't afford to provoke them either." Han Yong's face changed, revealing a solemn expression. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. It seemed like there were many factions in this Shadow Moon sect too. But it was also not surprising, with the bamboo, groove void realm system, quite a few people all come from the same sect. They would naturally help one another, provoking the Zhao Trio brothers. A single misstep, and it was provoking the entire devil elephant lineage's people. Humph! All in all, younger brother Yi will be my brother, Han Yong's brother. In the future, if anyone dares to bully him, they will have to ask me first." Han Yong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Then I'll have to thank brother Han very much." Han Yong smiled and said, "But speaking of which, younger brother Yi, your strength really makes me view you in a different light. Perhaps you can really pass the examination." In front of the mountain gate, several hundred divine Lord Realm powerhouses were gathered together. At this time, quite a few people's gazes looked in the same direction. That was a woman in a purple dress, skin akin to pale cream color, having arched eyebrows and bright red lips. She could be rated as an unparalleled beauty of a generation. That's the Bailey Qinyan of the Immortal Abode sect. Indeed, ridiculously beautiful. I heard that she's already a peak 9th firmament divine lord at less than 800 years old. This is a true genius. Coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination this time, it should be for the sake of the bamboo, groove, holy temples, slots, right? Yi Yuan was also secretly somewhat surprised. This Bailey Qingyan's talent could virtually be put on par with the Lung Qiuling that he met on the Heavenspan Mountain. Indeed, there were no shortages of geniuses everywhere. But beside Bailey Qingyan, there were still two youths. The auras on their bodies were actually not weaker than Bailey Qingyan. Those two, one is called Duan Qinghong, originating from the Cloud Word sect. The other is called Zhong Hamlin, coming from the Soaring Flower sect. Coupled with Bailey Qingyan's Immortal Abode sect, these three great sects are all the leaders of celestial deity level sects. The three of them joining the Shadow Moon sect at this time. Their goal is likely for the sake of the Bamboo Grove Holy Temple spots. Looking is enough. Bailey Qingyan, that kind of beauty, you have no chance. Although you have the appearance of a pretty boy, your strength is too weak. When Han Yong saw Yi Yuan stare at that side, he came up to beat him down without any mercy. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. When was he interested in Bailey Qingyan? Just as they were talking, a disciple dressed in Shadow Moon sect, outer sect attire walked over toward Yi Yuan's side. Han Yong's expression could not help change when he saw the person. He then said in a solemn voice, "It's Song Ting. He's the Zhao brothers' senior apprentice brother." Song Ting's gaze was dark as he said, "Brat, heard that you ambushed Zhao Shi and crippled his hands and legs, making him unable to partake. 1. P8 in the examination this time?" Yi Yuan attacked him extremely heavily. Even if he swallowed medicinal pills, his injury also could not recover within a short time. With Zhao Shi's situation, he was definitely unable to take part in the test this time, and the ones present currently were only Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior apprentice brother misunderstood." Song Ting's face fell, and he said, "You dare to quibble?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "I didn't ambush him, but I crippled him openly and uprightly." Song Ting was taken aback, and then he said in great rage, "Punk, you dare to mess with me?" Yi Yuan said, "I was just saying it directly." "Why? Is senior apprentice brother going to stand up for Zhao Shi?" Yi Yuan knew that they already stepped into the mountain currently. Song Ting did not dare to make a move. "Ha, kid, looks like you feel REA.S, assured with someone's backing. But don't you forget, the entrance examination, this first round, doesn't restrict killing." Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu behind Song Ting and said with disdain, "With the likes of these two good-for-nothings?" Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu were greatly enraged the moment they heard and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Song Ting. "Punk, you're very gutsy. I heard that you came from a small sect, so you probably don't know how powerful the Devil Elephant lineage is in the Shadow Moon sect yet, right? But you don't have a need to know either, because you can't walk out of the Shadow Moon mountain range," Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "Senior apprentice brother coming to find me is in order to let out harsh words. That's very childish." Song Ting wanted to come and see Yi Yuan wag his tag and beg for mercy. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually ted him until he could not get off the stage. This guy definitely did not know how terrifying the Devil Elephant lineage's strength was. That was why he would be like this. However, that was not important anymore. This punk was dead for sure. Song Ting's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Good, very good. Punk, you'll feel how terrifying my wrath is." When the others saw this scene, they were shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Apart from the three great sects, the Devil Elephant sect's strength was second to none. Their powerhouses in the Shadow Moon sect were plentiful. Their power and influence could be said to be immense. But now, Yi Yuan, a fifth firmament divine lord little fellow, actually dared to provoke the Devil Elephant lineage. This guy's guts were also a little too fat, right? Han Yong gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "A fine person, indeed. Younger brother, you're really gutsy." Song Ting is already a half-step celestial deity powerhouse, as well as half a foot already stepped into becoming an inner disciple. However, he'll probably mobilize the devil elephant lineage's connections and make the disciples taking part in the examination this time all target you. Yang Fan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "You kid are also a troublemaker. What's the deal with yielding sometimes? Those partic. 1. P. Aiding in the examination this time. Quite a few people's strengths are all not beneath mine. Furthermore, the soaring flower-sex relations. H. I plus P with the devil elephant sect is pretty good. He might have Zhong Hanlin take action to deal with you. At that time, even if it's me, it's hard to resist too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Want to make me yield? No chance. Want to kill me? Come at me with your own capabilities, then." The examination this time, Brother Han and Brother Yang form a team. I'll be by myself." The moment Han Yong heard, he said in great rage, "What are you saying? Speaking of which, this matter was still caused by me. How can you abandon you? If you still say this kind of words, don't blame me for falling out." Yi Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice sounded out by his eyes. "Do you have people to form a team? If you don't, why not team up with me?" Yi Yuan turned around to look. Who was it if not Bailey Qinyan? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Ha! Then, following you is too dangerous. I'd better forsake you." Han Yong coughed dryly twice and said with a mysterious smile on his face, "Chapter 1784 bring you to win lying down. Chapter 1784 bring you to win lying down. Is it for real?" Bailey Qinyan actually took the initiative to invite others to form a team? That kid's strength is also too weak, right? Why didn't she find me to form a team? It's killing me with envy. Bailey Qinyan's actions stunned everyone. A heavens chosen of this generation actually took the initiative to form a team with a fifth firmament divine, Lord Rookie. It really made people's jaws drop, especially Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin. The looks that those two people cast over were virtually going to kill Yi Yuan. Not just them. Even Yi Yuan himself also had a befuddled look and did not come back to his senses for a while. But when he came back to his senses, he said something that stunned everyone even more. "Sorry, I plan on entering the mountain alone." "Miss Bailey, please seek someone more capable," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Buzz. An uproar burst out all around. Just now, everyone's eyes wished to kill Yi Yuan. But now, everyone used a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations to look at him. Did this guy's brain have an issue? Didn't he see that Bailey Qinyan even rejected Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin? To be able to spend a month's time in the mountain with an unrivaled beauty, that was something that everyone yearned for day and night. Even if they died, that was also worth it. This fool actually refused. With this, it was Bailey Qinyan's turn to have an astounded look. Immediately, a hint of red flashed across her face. He actually refused her. The reason why Bailey Qinyan came to find Yi Yuan was because she was certain that Yi Yuan would not refuse. In fact, she totally never thought that Yi Yuan would refuse. But now, she was so embarrassed. As said, after musing for a moment, Bailey Qinyan said, "Can I have a word with you?" It was hard to get off after riding a tiger's back. Currently, for Bailey Qinyan, this had to work whether it succeeded or failed. Yi Yuan nodded his head and came to a remote place with Bailey Qinyan. "Why did you reject me?" Bailey Qinyan had a baffled look, her words carrying tender bashfulness, full of puzzlement. In her view, no man should be able to refuse her charm. Yi Yuan's mind was like a clear mirror, but he smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. You feel that my strength is meager and want to make use of me to shake off those two people's pestering. You feel that I hanker after your beauty and would agree to you without a word, or that I can pass the first round assessment under your protection. But I have to say, you miscalculated. If it were others, they would definitely agree, without hesitation. But what Yi Yuan thought was a lot more than others. Bailey Qingyan's reliance was not worth a single cent in front of him. He did not need beauty, much less the protection of Bailey Qingyan. So, he could be aloof if he had no selfish desires. While Bailey Qingyan was beautiful, what she had in mind did not have much temptation to Yi Yuan. Therefore, she miscalculated. Bailey Qingyan suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was ridiculously clear-headed. She understood that Yi Yuan was negotiating terms with her. With your strength, if Song Ting is bent on dealing with you, there's absolutely no way you'll survive. If you follow me, you can pass the first round assessment very effortlessly. Bailey Qingyan was very puzzled. She felt that Yi Yuan did not have reason to reject her terms at all. Song Ting's threat just now, Bailey Qingyan took it into her sight. She felt that Yi Yuan would definitely need to seek protection under such tremendous pressure. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's strength was meager. If she formed a team with Yi Yuan, anyone would be able to tell that she just wanted to shake off Duan Qinghong, two people. To Yi Yuan, her addition could let Yi Yuan pass through the round even easier. In other words, as long as he followed her, Yi Yuan could win by simply not doing anything. Sing the first round, assessment practically did not have the least bit of suspense. But Yi Yuan refused. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That's my own business. Moreover, Miss Bailey is too self-confident. Sing the first round. Assessment isn't as hard as you imagine." Bailey Qingyan sneered to no end in her heart. The first round was not hard. That was said to her. Bailey Qingyan was very smart. She understood what Yi Yuan had in mind very quickly. Yi Yuan clearly saw through her thoughts and wanted to coerce with this, negotiating terms with her. Bailey Qingyan drew a deep breath, but her tone turned cold as she said, "I already said it. I can't take it back anymore. Speak. As long as you form a team with me, you can state your terms." Yi Yuan was speechless. Bailey Qingyan's self-importance was too high. He really did not want to team up with her, but Bailey Qingyan thought that Yi Yuan wanted to coerce her with this. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I don't have any conditions. If Miss Bailey insists on forming a team with me, why not play a melody on the zither for me and get rid of the loneliness in the mountains?" To Yi Yuan, with or without Bailey Qingyan's addition, it did not matter at all. But the beauty already stopped so low, he really could not refuse. Hence, that was why he agreed to Bailey Qingyan with such an excuse. Yi Yuan learned from Han Yong that Bailey Qingyan's zither skills were unparalleled. It was just that there were scanty few who could hear her zither sounds. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said so. Bailey Qingyan was slightly taken aback. The flush on her face grew redder as she said with bashful anger, "You despicable villain!" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "If you can't even satisfy this bit of request, then forget about it." Bailey Qingyan was helpless and said angrily, "Fine, consider it that I suck. You, bet in your hands. This incident today, this Bailey will remember it." Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed in his heart. Just playing a song on the zither, was there a need? When the two people returned, everyone's eyes concentrated on Yi Yuan. This guy is so shameless. Looks like he really said yes. That act just now was probably loosening the line to rein it in better later, right? This guy is really despicable and shameless. Yi Yuan and Bailey Qinyan standing together. Everyone immediately understood in their hearts. Toward Yi Yuan's impudence and shamelessness, they also had grieving and indignant faces. It was as if a fresh flower was stuck on a cow dung. Even though they all knew that Bailey Qinyan was merely making use of Yi Yuan, before long, a celestial deity powerhouse stepped out of the sky and said to everyone, "For you all to want to join my Shadow Moon sect, you must pass S2 rounds of examination. This first round is to hunt fierce beasts in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Now, you're free to team up, but each squad mustn't exceed 3 people. Fierce beasts killed in teams are only half of those killed individually. This hunt, killing isn't restricted. As long as you all have the strength, you can TCH fierce beasts from other people's hands. All right, now, the first round, assessment begin." Following that celestial deity powerhouse's word of command, the martial artists entered the Shadow Moon mountain range in a single file. When everyone saw Yi Yuan together with Bailey Qinyan, they could not help having envious looks. And in the crowd, when Song Ting saw this scene, his gaze was incomparably sinister and ruthless. "Punk, you think that after hiding behind a woman, you can escape the fate of death? Ha ha, you're thinking too much. Even a genius like Bailey Qinyan also can't stop my devil elephant sex intention to kill you." Chapter 1785 Beg Me. Chapter 1785 Beg Me. A ray of cold light flashed past. The swift and fierce sword energy directly dismembered a late-stage, rank 4 fierce beast. Yi Yuan hugged both arms and was taking it easy with nothing to do by the side. "Go take the heavenly demon crystal." Bailey Qinyan's face was cold as frost as she ordered Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, she would get angry. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart. This Law S was still angry with him. Ever since entering the Shadow Moon mountain range, Bailey Qinyan had never shown Yi Yuan a good attitude, but he did not refuse, walking over and retrieving the heavenly demon crystal neat and tidily. After the demon core within divine, rank demonic beasts evolved into heavenly demon crystal. Inside the heavenly demon crystal contained the lifetime essence of the fierce beast. Along the way, they already killed 3 late-stage, rank 4 fierce beasts. Seemingly intent on exhibiting her powerful strength, Bailey Qinyan practically killed with 1 sword when she encountered fierce beasts. She wanted to see shock from Yi Yuan's eyes, but she was disappointed. Yi Yuan's performance was incomparably calm, but this kind of composure became sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor in her eyes, sharing her achievements with no qualms of conscience. This made Bailey Qinyan very unhappy. "Look at you showing off. Do you really think that I can't take care of you?" Bailey Qinyan sneered in her heart. The next day, the 2 people ran into a late-stage, rank 4 fierce beast, very luckily, once again. Yi Yuan hugged both arms calmly, waiting to watch the show. Bailey Qinyan suddenly said, "I'm tired. I'll leave it to you." This was merely a newly ascended late-stage, rank 4 fierce beast, equivalent to a 7th firmament divine lord martial artist. For Bailey Qinyan to want to kill it, it was naturally very easy. But now, she deliberately wanted to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you're tired, rest for a while. I'll be right back." Bailey Qinyan was very disdainful in her heart and said with a cold smile, "Pretend? I'll see when you can pretend, until." Although this Zilong Cloud-Eye beast has just entered late-stage, rank 4, 8th firmament divine, lords also have to expend some effort to deal with it. In a while, I'll watch you beg me to take action sobbingly. Swaz. H. plus sword rose, sword fell. That Zilong Cloud-Eye beast was virtually cut down under Yi Yuan's sword without the least bit of strength to resist. When Bailey Qingyan saw this scene, her gaze involuntarily turned sharp, revealing a look of surprise. How can this guy be so strong? If it were Bailey Qingyan herself, she could naturally do it to this extent. But Yi Yuan was just a fifth firmament divine lord. This guy actually had the strength to jump realms and battle. Yi Yuan retrieved the heavenly demon crystal, came in front of Bailey Qingyan, and said with a faint smile, "Miss Bailey, are you rested enough?" Bailey Qingyan's expression was somewhat ugly, and she said in a cold voice, "Have you seen before someone rests so fast?" "No." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Like this, huh? Then let's rest for a while more." As he said, Yi Yuan sat down not far from Bailey Qingyan and sized her up with interest. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly, and she said with displeasure, "Looking at what?" "Keep looking, and I'll dig your eye. Ellis out." Actually, Bailey Qingyan normally did not have such a cold personality. On the contrary, she was different from those iceberg beauties. Her temperament was rather warm. It was just that in her warmth, it exuded pride and keeping people 1,000 miles away, making people unable to look directly at her. But now, when she faced Yi Yuan, she was unable to be calm at all, and also could not display that kind of pride at all. Toward Bailey Qingyan's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all, but smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, can I ask? So many examinees, but why did you pick me?" Bailey Qingyan gave a cold snort and said, "I felt that you had quite the backbone. That's why I picked you. I didn't expect that you're a despicable villain who takes advantage of others' perilous state." Yi Yuan immediately understood when he heard that. Looks like when Song Ting threatened him, Bailey Qingyan just happened to see it. That was why it would attract her attention. Taking advantage of others' perilous state. Is it, Miss Bailey finding me, isn't it in order to make use of me to shake off those people's hara? As meant, your action mounted me onto the fire to barbecue and provoked that kind of powerful adversary at the same time. Do you think that it's me who took advantage of someone's perilous state? Or was it you who harbored ulterior motives? Or is it that you feel that with your charms, I wouldn't refuse you at all? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed. She did not expect that Yi Yuan saw it so thoroughly. Yes, if it were others, even if they clearly knew that they were being exploited, they would also agree to it willingly. But Yi Yuan would not. That was why there was that scene of rejection. With me around, they naturally don't dare to do anything to you. Bailey Qingyan defended herself through sophistry. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This kind of words, Miss Bailey can use them to bluff a 3-year-old kid. Your 3 major sects are powerful. For the 2 of them to want to kill me, they don't need to personally make a move at all. Moreover, with Miss Bailey's horizons, would you care about the life and death of an insignificant character like me?" Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. She suddenly discovered that this fellow seemed to be quite different from the rest. Although Yi Yuan's age was not old, he was calm when encountering matters, totally different from the average young person. Indeed, she might give a heads up afterward because of today's matter, but would not really be concerned with Yi Yuan's life and death at all. Duan Qinghong, they all getting Yi Yuan killed afterward, was also something within expectations. Ha! Looks like this kid still has quite the self-awareness. The 2 people were just talking when suddenly a cold laugh sounded out. A figure dashed out of the woods. Zhong Hanlin. Bailey Qingyan's dark brows furrowed slightly as she said, "This guy appearing, he clearly did not have any good intentions." Zhong Hanlin used a pair of greedy eyes to look at Bailey Qingyan and said with a smile, "Junior Sister Qingyan, Wait until I kill this toad. Then I'll come and catch up with you. Done talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, Punk, you should never have ever formed a team with junior sister Qingyan. That instant when you agreed, you should have known your outcome, right? When Yi Yuan heard, he was speechless for a while and said, I rejected her. It was her who insisted on teaming up with me. Zhong Hanlin smiled coldly and said, That's also one of the reasons you deserve to die. Junior Sister Bailey's invitation. You should feel overwhelmed by flattery and honor, but you actually made her unable to step down the stage in front of so many people. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. When Yi Yuan heard, he was amused for a while and said, Your meaning is that no matter what, I have to die? Zhong Hanlin smiled slightly as he nodded and said, Yes, that moment when Junior Sister Bailey came to find you, you're destined to die. Wanna blame? Blame your fate for not being good. Zhong Hanlin had a high and mighty appearance, announcing Yi Yuan's death sentence. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. In the eyes of this kind of so-called geniuses, life was worthless. As long as they were willing, they could determine other people's life and death as they pleased. Putting it bluntly, he was looking at Yi Yuan's strength being meager and that he was easy to bully. If Duan Qinghong was here, he absolutely would not dare to say so. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Bailey Qingyan, and he said coolly, You're planning on looking on with folded arms? Bailey Qingyan's expression alternated between green and red, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's hateful expression, she felt annoyed in her heart. Beg me, as long as you open your mouth, I'll take action. Bailey Qingyan suddenly said, Chapter 1780, 6 You should thank Miss Bailey. Chapter 1786, You should thank Miss Bailey Qingyan's words made Zhong Hanlin had a stunned face. Why did these words sound like coquettishness between lovers? Zhong Hanlin felt jealous, and his killing intent towards Yi Yuan immediately strengthened several degrees. Yi Yuan was taken aback and turned to Zhong Hanlin and said, You get started then. Making him beg Bailey Qingyan, that was impossible. A man must have a backbone. Bailey Qingyan was taken aback and said in exasperation, You, this guy, want to keep up appearances to cover up your predicament. Zhong Hanlin's strength isn't what you can imagine. She felt that she could finally take Yi Yuan down a notch. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would rather be killed than be willing to beg her. This made her feel a loss of face. But Yi Yuan said without a care, Is that so? Maybe he isn't as strong as imagined. These two people, one chiming in after the other, Zhong Hanlin felt that he was very redundant, and this also made him very enraged. Reckless and blind thing, you can go die already. Zhong Hanlin gave a furious roar, suddenly throwing out a palm. The powerful world power of Ninth Firmament Divine Lord instantly crushed over from all directions towards Yi Yuan. Blazing Sun Astral Palm. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood was immediately leveled to the ground. Zhong Hanlin revealed a look of disdain and said, Can't stand up to a single blow. An inexplicable hint of sadness flashed across Bailey Qingyan's eyes. She also did not know why she actually had a feeling of emptiness. This is your strength. Doesn't seem to be much. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void and was actually completely unscathed. Zhong Hanlin's face revealed a look of disbelief as he said, How is this possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, I said before, maybe you're not as strong as imagined. Zhong Hanlin's face fell, and he said angrily, Punk, don't get smug too early. I didn't use my full strength at all, just now. Now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength. While talking, Zhong Hanlin brandished his long spear. It was shockingly a celestial deity mystic treasure. His aura surged to the sky. His entire person was like a long spear, the momentum Astonies. Plussing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, revealing a rather surprised look. This Zhong Hanlin's strength was indeed formidable. The moment this domineering spear momentum came out, Yi Yuan felt the pressure that came from head-on. With his current strength, he was still not Zhong Hanlin's match. But Yi Yuan was not worried. That evil spirit, which Dustless subdued, did not even fear First Firmament celestial deity powerhouses, let alone a puny little Zhong Hanlin. He was just about to release the evil spirit, but saw Bailey Qinyan move daintily. Soft cloud heavenly sacred spear. Right at this time, Zhong Hanlin's overbearing spear suddenly thrust out. Mist wave traceless sword. Bailey Qinyan's sword energy was overwhelming. Russ. Plussing over with a diagonal stab, facing off with Zhong Hanlin's certain kill spear. Bang! Two mighty, peerless geniuses exchanged blows at this moment. The intense divine essence undulations obliterated everything in the middle. Zhong Hanlin and Bailey Qinyan each retreated more than 10 steps before barely managing to stand firm. As a bystander, Yi Yuan took the two people's strength into his sights. Even though the two people looked to be evenly matched in strength, Zhong Hanlin fighting to a draw with Bailey Qinyan with his domineering spear already lost by a hair. Zhong Hanlin completely did not think that Bailey Qinyan would actually suddenly rush out. At this time, his expression was livid as he said, "Junior Sister Qinyan, you actually attacked me. For this good-for-nothing?" Bailey Qinyan said coolly, "You should leave. He's my companion, so I won't let you kill him." Zhong Hanlin's face changed when he heard that and said, "You wouldn't really be interested in this kid, right?" Bailey Qinyan's face turned cold, and she said, "That has nothing to do with you. Still not going. Don't blame me for not being courteous." Zhong Hanlin was angered until he stomped about in a frenzy, carrying his long spear. He pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qinyan and said, "Kid, if you're a man, step forward and have an open and above-board battle with me. What kind of man are you considered, hiding behind a woman?" Yi Yuan had both hands behind his back as he said calmly, "You should be thanking Miss Bailey. Otherwise, you would already be a dead man now." When Bailey Qinyan heard these words, she could not resist rolling her eyes. Why were the words said by this guy so unpleasant? "I saved you currently, all right? It was fine if you were not grateful. You still wanted to posture." Although Yi Yuan dodging Zhong Hanlin's palm just now surprised her a little, she did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to deal with Zhong Hanlin, let alone talk about killing him. When boasting, at least come up with a draft. "Okay?" Zhong Hanlin sneered and said, "Is that so? I'm standing right here. Come kill me if you have the capabilities." "I really want me to kill you." A cold light flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said coldly, "You really want me to kill you?" Bailey Qinyan was speechless. Interrupting Yi Yuan's words, she said, "All right, Zhong Hanlin, you go. He and I are currently teammates. If I can't even bring him out, it will be very bad for my reputation. Whatever grudges you guys have, talk again in the future. But right now, no way." Zhong Hanlin gritted his teeth when he heard that. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said, "Fine then, I'll let this punk live a little longer. A month later, I'll definitely take your life." Finished talking, Zhong Hanlin's figure moved, disappearing. Bailey Qinyan turned around and looked at Yi Yuan crossly as she said, "Will you die if you don't brag? Based on your strength, can you kill him?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain much. But this scene was even more of a guilty conscience in Bailey Qinyan's eyes. This guy was clearly hiding behind her, putting up a bold front. There were no words along the way. Bailey Qinyan was very upset with Yi Yuan and naturally could not be bothered to acknowledge him. Yi Yuan naturally would not court a rebuff. so he also did not take the initiative to talk. Even Bailey Qinyan herself could not understand why she would take action to save Yi Yuan that day. On the road after that, when encountering powerful fierce beasts, it was still Bailey Qinyan acting to dispose of them. But Bailey Qinyan was very certain that Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to jump realms and battle. Ordinary, newly ascended late stage, rank for fierce beasts, he could resolve them. And this also surprised her greatly. With Bailey Qinyan's talent, jumping realms and battling was naturally not an issue. But when she was 5th Firmament Divine Lord, dealing with a peak 6th Firmament Divine Lord was already her limit. A 7th Firmament Divine Lord was absolutely impossible for her to defeat. But Yi Yuan clearly had this strength. No wonder this guy was so Oh, see, Kentucky, there's a cave here. Perhaps there are fierce beasts inside. Bailey Qinyan said with joy. Along the way, the fierce beasts that they encountered were not considered many, and 2 people forming a team required even more heavenly demon crystals. Hence, that was why Bailey Qinyan would be so excited at finding a place where there might be fierce beasts. Either way, she was bold, stemming with superb skills, and did not fear fierce beasts either. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Go in and take a look then." The 2 people did not walk for long when 3 bell-like eyes appeared in the 2 people's light of sight. Roar! An earth-shaking loud roar echoed out, making the 2 people's hearts shock. Bailey Qinyan's expression changed, and she cried out in shock, "This is a 3-eyed jade bristle beast." Looking at this aura, it's already almost breaking through to rank 5. Quickly run. Finished talking, Bailey Qinyan's figure leaped, speeding hastily toward the cave entrance. Chapter 1787, Who's Saving Whom? 1787, Who's Saving Whom? In the darkness, a black figure dashed over swiftly, catching up to the 2 in a blink of an eye. Bailey Qinyan knew that she could not escape and could only turn around and deal with it. "You quickly run. I'll deal with him." Bailey Qinyan barked charmingly. Yi Yuan did not escape, but looked at Bailey Qinyan in surprise. This S was actually going to sacrifice herself to save others? At this time, with Bailey Qinyan's hatred toward him, shouldn't it be leaving him behind to feed the tiger's mouth, and then escape by herself? Bailey Qinyan's strength was powerful. Sword Tao laws crisscrossed wantonly within the cave, but facing the powerful 3-eyed jade bristlebeast, she was still more than a magnitude weaker. Under the powerful impact of the fierce beast, Bailey Qinyan's orderly style was thrown into chaos very quickly. Suddenly, the 3-eyed jade bristlebeast's third eye suddenly lit up, emitting a ray of terrifying beam. Bailey Qinyan's expression changed. It was already too late to want to avoid it. That guy should have already escaped, right? There must be something wrong with my head. Why would I abandon myself to save him? This was the final thought in Bailey Qinyan's mind before becoming unconscious. Bang! That beam of light directly struck Bailey Qinyan. Bailey Qinyan's body flew out backward, falling heavily to the ground, unconscious to the world. Roar! Defeating Bailey Qinyan, the 3-eyed jade bristlebeast emitted a heaven-shaking roar once more. It was as if declaring its might. He walked over toward Yi Yuan step by step. The powerful aura was virtually cruce. Plussing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan completely ignored him, slowly walked to Bailey Qinyan's side, picked her up, and walked over toward outside the cave. Roar, roar. The 3-eyed jade bristlebeast was clearly enraged by Yi Yuan. This tiny human actually did not pay attention to him. He raised his giant claw and smacked down toward Yi Yuan. In his view, this claw going down, Yi Yuan would definitely be smacked into a paste. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came out of Yi Yuan's body. This aura, even he felt a chill. Bang! The three-eyed jade bristle-beast was directly blasted flying. Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes. Everything in front of her became clear. I'm not dead yet. Bailey Qingyan looked around. There was no one, and also no shadow of the three-eyed jade bristle-beast. Who saved me? Could it be that the Shadow Moon Sect's powerhouse just happened to pass by here? My injuries are all healed. Bailey Qingyan was full of doubts. She clearly remembered that she was severely struck by the three-eyed jade bristle-beast. Her injuries very serious. But now, not only was she saved, her injuries even recovered. Of course it was me who saved you. You wouldn't naively think that some savior will appear, right? A voice rang out. Yi Yuan's figure walked out of the cave, not far away. Bailey Qingyan was slightly stunned. This guy actually did not run away? Or was it that, after running away, he came back again? Of course, regarding Yi Yuan's narrative, she would not believe even if beaten to death. With just you, the three-eyed jade bristle-beast can shred you with one claw. You still want to save me from under his hands? Bailey Qingyan said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Otherwise, who else do you think can save you? Bailey Qingyan smiled coldly and said, Of course it's the Shadow Moon Sect's powerhouse. You take the credit of others. It's in hopes of moving me, then getting into my good graces, right? You're thinking too much. Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard that. Please, it was you who was thinking too much, okay? But since Bailey Qingyan thought so, he could not be bothered to explain either, and casually threw a few fruits in front of Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed, and she said, These are jade citron fruits. Yi Yuan said coolly, To be able to have the three-eyed jade bristle-beast protected, it's naturally good stuff. We are teammates. These few are yours. Don't say that I don't share profits. Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan and could not help getting a big shock as she said, You broke through? She discovered to her amazement that Yi Yuan's aura became much stronger. He actually broke through to 6th Firmament Divine Lord in one stroke while she was unconscious. Yi Yuan's realm had long already reached peak 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Finding these jade citron fruits at this time, breaking through was naturally something within expectations. It was just that in Bailey Qingyan's view, this breakthrough was also a little too casual. Even if one obtained the jade citron fruit, they also could not immediately turn it into strength. Jade citron fruits contained immense spiritual energy. It was even stronger than the medicinal effects of some medicinal pills. If consumed too many, the martial artist would not be able to digest it at all. Even if one was about to break through, they also had to go into closed seclusion patiently to slowly refine before it could convert into strength. But it shouldn't have been too long from when she went into a coma until now, right? This broke through like this. How could she know that after Yi Yuan obtained the jade citron fruits, he directly ate them like fruits? With the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's overbearingness, it was naturally all refined, converging into the divine vortex. You refine the jade citron fruits first. This way, you should be able to break through to the peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord realm. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bailey Qingyan felt that it was a little too dramatic. Encountering the three-eyed jade bristle-beast, she even thought that she was dead for sure. Who knew that in a twinkle, not only did she not die, her strength could even go up a level. Bailey Qingyan collected her emotions and started refining the jade citron fruits. After several days, Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes, her gaze revealing excitement. Refining a jade citron fruit, her strength already broke through to peak 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Confronting Zhong Hanlin again at this time, Bailey Qingyan had absolute confidence in defeating the other party. TSK, TSK. Indeed, well deserving of being a proud daughter of heaven. Your effects of refining the jade citron fruit is even better than I imagined. Yi Yuan praised. Bailey Qingyan's talent could virtually rival Lung Qiuling's already. In this void realm, she was absolutely a first-rate genius. Even Zhong Hanlin, they all were unable to be mentioned in the same breath as Bailey Qingyan too. After all, their ages were much older than Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan had a proud look and said coolly, "That's of course. The Bamboo Grove Holy Temple's slot. I must obtain it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then when the time comes, we'll become opponents." Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You want to take part in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave too? Stop joking. You wouldn't think that you're invincible under the heavens after you broke through becoming a sixth firmament divine lord, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, "Are you all these geniuses always so condescending? There's still more than 200 years time away from the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave. Who will emerge victorious is still unknown." But Bailey Qingyan said very calmly, "Over 200 years to people like you can at most promote to become a ninth firmament divine lord. Even if you're exceptionally talented, there's also not a trace of hope of breaking through to half-step celestial deity." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "It's useless to say more for now. Let's wait and see." Bailey Qingyan also considered herself to be important and did not argue. Instead, she asked, "There's already not much of the 1 month's time left. The heavenly demon crystals in our hands are not considered many. It's a little troublesome now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Someone will come and deliver heavenly demon crystals to us." Chapter 1788. Can tea even win a hand? Chapter 1788. Can tea even win a hand? Did you guys hear? That guy who formed a team with Senior Sister Bailey seemed to have been kicked out by Senior Sister Bailey. Of course I heard. So, do you want to go and find him too? I heard that people who went to find him were all pilfered until not even pants remain in the end. This guy is also too ferocious. I didn't expect that his strength is so strong. However, he also can't jump around for much longer. I heard that Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin both went to look for him. Bailey Qingyan capitalized on that her strength was powerful. The places she went were all very dangerous. Otherwise, she also would not have run into such a powerful existence like the three-eyed jade bristlebeast. That kind of place the martial artists encountered were naturally few. The moment Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan separated, it attracted a large group of people to come over and encircle him very quickly. These people all thought that his strength was meager and purely wanted to take a bit of advantage. Who knew that they tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice and was robbed clean of heavenly demon crystals by Yi Yuan instead. At this time, in an open area, Yi Yuan was blocked by more than a dozen powerhouses. These people's auras were all powerful. They were actually all 7th and 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses. Among these people included Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu. Yi Yuan, I'll see where you're going to run this time. Zhao Shu had an appearance like he had cornered Yi Yuan as he said these words smugly. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "When did I say that I was going to run? I'm here, waiting precisely for you all to deliver yourselves to the doorstep." Zhao sneered and said, "Waiting for us to deliver ourselves to the doorstep?" A toad, yawning, "What high-sounding sentiments. You wouldn't say that you're waiting here to S. and TCHR heavenly demon crystals, right?" Yi Yuan nodded his head solemnly and said, "Looks like you're not too stupid." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, this group of people all revealed amused looks. Did this guy's head have a problem? Zhao shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, breaking through to become a sixth firmament divine lord. Is this your reliance? You wouldn't really think that defeating third brother by a fluke, you can similarly defeat me, right? Kid, I have to say that you're very naive. Zhao Shu also laughed loudly and said, truly an ignorant fool. Why do you think that Han Yong was so wary of my big brother? My big brother fused water and fire, two kinds of laws, and it's hard to find an opponent in the same rank. Moreover, we have so many people. Each one has a higher realm than you. How dumb are you to say words that have such an exaggerated opinion of your abilities? The Devil Elephant lineage's force in the Shadow Moon sect was very powerful. Furthermore, they themselves had many affiliated sections. These people were all the Devil Elephant lineage's elites. Among these dozen over people, there were even quite a number of eighth firmament divine lords. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent look, is that so? Then you all attack together. Let me witness your strength. I'll only use one hand. Hope that you all don't disappoint me too much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan placed his left hand behind him. With a very proud look, the Devil Elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned faces. This guy was really crazy. One hand dealing with so many people, even Duan Qinghong. The three of them also did not dare to be arrogant, right? Ha ha ha. The genius Yi Yuan wants to witness the strength of us rookies. Everyone, don't be polite. Take good care of him. He's so impressive, so we mustn't let him down. All keep your chins up. Zhao laughed loudly and said, when everyone heard that, they immediately let out a series of loud guffaws. This fellow, his strength isn't strong, but his tone is even bigger than the heavens. This is called as having ambition loftier than the heavens, but life thinner than paper, right? Ha ha. Everyone, go easier, loosen up his bones and joints well for him. If he's beaten to death at once, it won't be fun. Zhao waved his hand grandly. Those Devil Elephant lineage's disciples all had shocking momentums, each displaying their abilities and Russ. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus several figures arrived at the same time. It was all blade lights and sword images all around Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's right hand shot out like a spirit snake, directly grabbing at that disciple who rushed over from head-on. Crack! That disciple's wrist was directly snapped by Yi Yuan, his weapon falling onto the ground with a clank, while the other people's frantic attacks danced wildly around Yi Yuan, but not one landed on Yi Yuan. Smack! Yi Yuan gave a slap with a backhand, directly flinging it onto another disciple's face, immediately sending him flying out several thousand feet away. The present Yi Yuan already utilized spatial law to a transcendent degree. For ordinary attacks to want to land on him, it was simply even harder than ascending to heaven. Unless their strength was much greater than his, then they could use powerful world power to suppress spatial law. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being abused. These Devil Elephant lineages, disciples, were mostly seventh firmament divine lord. In terms of realm, they were only that tiny bit stronger than Yi Yuan, but the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was much stronger than even seventh firmament divine lords. Overwhelming laws, overwhelming cultivation realm. This was a totally mismatched battle. It was only to see tragic screams ring out, causing Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people's expressions became livid. Spatial law. It's spatial law. No wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that he actually comprehended spatial law. Zhao Shu cried out in shock. Zhao's expression was very grim. Yi Yuan's might far exceeded their imagination. Attack together. Zhao Zhao gave a cold cry, figure shooting out explosively. Zhao Shu's expression also changed, and he followed closely behind. Twin Dragon Spitting Pearl. Swift Wind Sword Art. Among these people, it was clearly Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu whose strengths were the strongest. The addition of the two of them made the overall strength go up a large step. However, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, forming a sword with his finger, and suddenly pointed. The two enormous dragons that Zhao Jian condensed with the power of water and fire, two mighty laws, were directly scattered. Following that, he clamped two fingers and actually directly clamped down on Zhao Shu's sword. Zhao Zhao was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, spewing out a mouthful of blood mist, figure flying out backward. Yi Yuan's two fingers were like iron pliers. Zhao Shu used all of his strength, but could not pull it out at all. This is the strength of your devil elephant lineage? Really disappoints me. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Zhao Shu's face flushed red. No wonder whether it was because he used too much force, or was it because of Yi Yuan? All in all, it was very humiliating. Previously, Song Ting even said that the devil elephant lineage was not to be trifled with, but they sent out more than a dozen people, and actually could not even beat one of Yi Yuan's hand. This result truly made people perspire from Imbara. S meant, humph, truly a bunch of tras. H, plus so many people, and you actually can't even deal with a sixth firmament divine lord. At this time, a cold snort sounded out. The words were full of disdain. Ha! That punk comprehended spatial law. No wonder he's so arrogant. With the strength of these trash, defeat is also within reason. Another voice sounded out. Two figures, one north and one south, slowly walked out of the woods. When Zhao Zhao saw these two people, he could not help being overjoyed. Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin. These two people arrived. Then Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, the result was also the same. Having the devil elephant lineage's number one person around, Yi Yuan was too weak to stand up to compete with them all. Zhong Hanlin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Punk, there was junior sister Bailey protecting you the last time. This time, you won't be so lucky. Chapter 1789. Stop making so much noise. Attack together. Chapter 1789. Stop making so much noise. Attack together. Duan Qinghong's pupils constricted slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Zhong Hanlin, what did you say just now? With the two of their strengths, they naturally disdained to team up with others. Only a proud daughter of heaven, like Bailey Qingyan, could make them stoop down and take the initiative to form a team. Therefore, Duan Qinghong did not know Zhong Hanlin's encounter at all. Zhong Hanlin gave a cold laugh and recounted the events that happened previously. Duan Qinghong's face gradually turned grim. You scram to one side. This punk, I want him. Duan Qinghong said in a cold voice. Zhong Hanlin said disdainfully, It's you who scram to one side. This kid is mine. And, oh, body is allowed to S. And, A-T-C-H him. Duan Qinghong said in a solemn voice, Why? You want to attack? Attack then. Think I'm scared of you. The two people, their ninth firmament divine lord's pressure released, making everyone feel shocked. The two people's auras collided fiercely in the air. Neither could do anything to the other, and they were actually evenly matched. These two people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all, as if the moment they made a move, Yi Yuan would submit obediently. The devil elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned looks. What was going on? Yi Yuan had not been dealt with yet, and these two people were actually going to start fighting first. Weren't they afraid of Yi Yuan running away? But when they heard Zhong Hanlin's words, they similarly felt incredulous. Bailey Qingyan, that kind of G? Oh, death actually came to blow. For Yi Yuan, this was simply inconceivable. Stop making so much noise. The two of you attacked together. Just as the two people were locked in entanglement, Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. The two people turned their heads at the same time, using a murderous gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Punk, you're really seeking death, you know that? Zhong Hanlin said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, the self-confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, are really good. Wonder where your confidence came from, thinking that you can take me down casually. Duan Qinghong gave a cold laugh and said, You'll know very soon where our confidence comes from. Kid, I changed my mind. I'll go to make you a mute first, then settle scores with Duan Qinghong. Swaz. H. Plus Duan Qinghong was like his namesake, movement technique, as relaxed, as elegant as a free swan, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. A folding fan carried horrifying power of law and swept toward Yi Yuan's neck. Zhong Hanlin was taken aback, not expecting to have the initiative taken by this guy. However, he just gave a cold snort and did not take action. A person like him was disdainful to bully with numbers. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not sufficient to have him and Duan Qinghong join forces against the enemy at all. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, Law's fusion! How is this possible? Not just him. All of the people looked at Yi Yuan in great shock, with looks of disbelief. Duan Qinghong was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Yi Yuan's sword was drawn like a rainbow. The incomparably swift and fierce sword forced Duan Qinghong into a flus tur instead. The two people class. Plussing together, Duan Qinghong was virtually suppressed by Yi Yuan in an instant. How could Duan Qinghong have thought that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, but he also fused spatial law and sword Dao law together? Those rays of sword light were akin to the scythe of the death G-O-D, making him palpitate with anxiety and fear. What are you still in a daze for? Why haven't you hurry up and come and help? Duan Qinghong was under immense pressure, but discovered that Zhong Hanlin was still in a daze and could not refrain from bellowing loudly. At this time, how was whatever dignity of an expert still needed? As long as they could take down Yi Yuan, this fellow. So what if 2-on-1? Zhong Hanlin felt like he woke up from a dream. Brandis. Plussing his long spear. He charged over toward Yi Yuan. The two people's strengths were extraordinary in the end. Fighting 2-on-1, they actually managed to block Yi Yuan's powerful sword. Zhao Zhao and brother exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other person's eyes. Only then did he know how foolish their three brothers were. Yi Yuan's strength was not what they could imagine at all. Back then, Han Yong said that he was covering Yi Yuan, and then they actually ran to threaten Yi Yuan stupidly. It served OL third right to have his hands and legs crippled. Looking at it now, it was simply a joke back then. Yi Yuan not leaving, it was not because of Han Yong and Yang Fan, these two supports, but that he did not take the Zhao three brothers seriously at all. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, two people, were both middle stage ninth firmament divine lord. Their law's comprehensions were even more peerlessly powerful. Furthermore, the weapons in the two of their hands were both celestial deity mystic treasures. The power increment was far from what divine lord mystic treasures could compare to. Now, going 2-on-1, they actually only barely managed to fight to a draw, with the Yi Yuan wielding a divine lord mystic treasure. Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. In a blink, the three people fought for more than 1,000 moves. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. Swiss. Plus suddenly, Yi Yuan glimpsed an opening and stabbed a sword out bizarrely. Duan Qinghong turned pale with fright it was already too late to want to dodge. But his movement technique was indeed extraordinary, avoiding his vital points. This sword of Yi Yuan's drew a cut on his arm. Arg! Duan Qinghong screamed and fell to one side. However, what everyone did not expect was that he suddenly moved, speeding into the distance. This guy actually made an expeditious retreat and ran. When Zhong Hanlin saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. Facing Yi Yuan alone, he felt tremendous pressure. Duan Qinghong, you coward! You'll die a horrible death. Zhong Hanlin bellowed, but Duan Qinghong already could not hear it anymore at this time. Losing an opponent, Yi Yuan's sword art became even sharper. Zhong Hanlin only had the ability to parry, but did not have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan integrated the spirit-concealing sword into his sword moves. Even though the move was not as powerful as when it erupted, it came and went like a shadow when facing the enemy, impossible to guard against. Very soon, Yi Yuan found an opening in Zhong Hanlin, with a long sword poking out like a spirit snake, aiming straight for Zhong Hanlin's throat. With this sword landing, Zhong Hanlin would die without a doubt. Toward Zhong Hanlin, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of pity. Zhong Hanlin already had killing intent toward him previously. Even if they entered the sect in the future, he definitely would not let him go either. Therefore, Yi Yuan's original goal was to kill people. The surrounding people were infected by this sword, giving off a series of exclamations. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying aura rushed out between the two without any warning. Even Yi Yuan was caught off guard as well. But his reaction could be rated as fast. At once, Yi Yuan urged spatial law to the extreme, narrowly avoiding this attack. However, this aura was too powerful, and it was also a sneak attack. Yi Yuan still could not avoid it completely in the end. Poor work! Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body falling heavily to the ground, already seriously injured. A youth in blue slowly walked out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. When Zhong Hanlin saw this youth in blue, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Senior apprentice brother Qian Yi. Qian Yi nodded slowly, but his gaze looked at Yi Yuan as he said coldly, "You must have tremendous bravery to actually dare kill my soaring flower sex people. Indeed have some capability. But it's just a pity that in front of a celestial deity realm, no matter how high your law's comprehension, it's also empty talk." Yi Yuan glared at the youth in blue and stood up stubbornly, even though he found it somewhat difficult to even stand currently. Chapter 1791, TB, so lucky next time. Chapter 1791, TB, so lucky next time, Celestial Deity Powerhouse. This youth in blue in front of him was a genuine celestial deity powerhouse. He used a gaze that overlooked the ground below from a height, gazing at Yi Yuan apathetically. Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, and he said with a cold smile, "An exalted celestial deity powerhouse actually sneak-attacked a sixth firmament divine lord. Your esteemed self is truly awe-inspiring." Qian Ye's ambush could be said to be very shameless. The attack of a celestial deity powerhouse. How powerful was that? Even in a head-on cruise. Plussing Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were completely not a match too. But this Qian Yi actually chose to ambush, and it was even during Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin's great battle. Qian Yi said, "Coolly, Hanlin is my soaring flower sex genius. His future prospects are limitless. Him entering the sect is already set in stone. You want to kill him? I made a move to stop you. What's the problem?" Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, "Is that so? You didn't just make a move to stop earlier, right?" Qian Ye's brows raised up, and he still said calmly, "A sixth firmament divine lord. If killed, then killed, It's of no importance to the sect. The moment these words came out, the other people all revealed strange expressions. Of no importance, a peerless genius who fused sword Tao laws and spatial law was actually of no importance to the sect. These words were truly shameless. Ha! A trash like you can even enter the sect. I can't. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said sarcastically. Qian Ye's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, unhappily, you said that I'm trash? Qian Yi was an outstanding person of the young generation and had long promoted to an inner disciple. He was a pillar of the soaring flower lineage. Now, he was actually said to be trash by someone. An exalted celestial deity powerhouse sneak attacked and actually couldn't even kill a sixth firmament divine lord. I say, are you trash or not? What use does the sect want a trash like you for? Yi Yuan's sharp retort rendered Qian Yi speechless. Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law and was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Wanting to sneak attack, one must reduce the undulations of S, P, A, C to freezing point. This was still when Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin were currently fighting, the majority of his mind placed on Zhong Hanlin. Otherwise, if he wanted to ambush, it would be totally impossible. But even so, he still failed. Yi Yuan's sensitivity to spatial law exceeded his imagination. Qian Ye's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, razor-tongued brat, but it doesn't matter because you won't be able to speak any more very soon. Finished talking, Qian Ye's celestial deity, realm pressure, suddenly erupted and was about to take action against Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed out swiftly, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Qian Ye's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Bailey Qingyan, you want to get in my way? Bailey Qingyan's expression was calm as she said, before completing the first round, assessment. He's my companion. No one is allowed to kill him. Qian Ye's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, with just you? From when he saw Yi Yuan fighting Zhong Hanlin and Duan Qinghong alone, he already decided to kill Yi Yuan. Such a monstrous existence would surely break the Shadow Moon sect's current structure. Currently, the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was at hand. He would not allow such a thing to happen. The entrance examination this time, he just so happened to be picked to be in charge of supervising and protecting these disciples. But he did not expect that he encountered such a thing. Hence, he decisively made a move to ambush Yi Yuan. While talking, Qian Ye's aura grew even stronger. Bailey Qingyan's power improved greatly, but it was still too weak in front of Qian Yi. Yi Yuan's face fell, planning on letting Dustless take action. That evil spirit was currently Yi Yuan's trump card. In this foreign sect, Yi Yuan did not wish to expose him prematurely, so he did not take action all along. As long as Dustless made a move, Finus, plussing off Qian, Yi was also a cinch. But that way, he would not have a backup plan anymore. The soaring flying lineages and Cloudsword lineage's strengths were definitely far beyond this. Once they knew his trump card, it would be much easier for them to want to plot against him. Looking at it now, he had no choice but to take action. Suddenly, his heart stirred and made Dustless withdraw again. Bailey can't, then what about me? A woman in a martial arts outfit slowly stepped out of the void, making Qian Ye's expression choke up. That instant when this woman appeared, he knew that he could not kill Yi Yuan today. Her looks could not compare to Bailey Qingyan's, but her disposition was similarly extraordinary. The martial arts outfit added some heroism. She was not the least bit weaker than Qian Yi in terms of imposing momentum. Jiang Xueyan, I didn't have the intention of touching Bailey Qingyan. You move aside. The person that I want to kill is that kid. Qian Yi pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qingyan and said, Jiang Shuyan sized Yi Yuan up with curiosity and said coolly, "The person that Bailey wants to protect is what the person that my immortal abode sect wants to protect. If you want to kill him, S me first." "You, Jiang Shuyan, are you waging war with our soaring flower lineage?" Jiang Shuyan pursed her lips and said with disdain, "So what if start a war? You said it as if our immortal abode sect is scared of you." Qian Yi was angered until his expression was livid. This woman was notoriously difficult to deal with. No idea why she showed up here today. But no idea what the H-E-L. I was wrong with this Bailey Qingyan to actually want to protect Yi Yuan, no matter what. Really depressing. Jiang Shuyan saw Qian Yi being quiet, and so she said with a cold smile, "Qian Yi, don't you forget your ident. One Tai, the sect asked you to come to protect these examinees, and not to kill them. I say, if I reported this matter to the sect, would the law enforcement hall come to find trouble with you or not?" Qian Yi stared fixedly at Jiang Shuyan. Nas. I, plussing his teeth in hatred, as he said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. The next time, you won't be so lucky." Inside the Shadow Moon sect, the various major faction strifes were severe. Although Yi Yuan was talented, wanting to kill him was too easy. In short, he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to grow up. Yi Yuan did not give any impression of weakness and said through clenched teeth, "You got it the other way around. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Qian Yi was taken aback when he heard and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Ha, all right then, I'll wait for next time. Hamlin, let's go." After Qian Yi left, Jiang Shuyan's face fell and she said in a cold voice, "What are you all stoning for? Leave behind the heavenly demon crystals. Scram." How could the devil elephant lineage's disciples still dare to stay? Each and everyone scrambled away. After everyone left, Bailey Qingyan had a look of joy like a little girl who saw her big sister. Pulling Jiang Shuyan, she said, "Senior apprentice sister, you really came to in time. Otherwise, this guy is dead for sure." But Jiang Shuyan's face turned cold, and she said, "You S to actually not even want your life anymore for a man. Are you crazy?" Bailey Qingyan's pretty face turned red, and she refuted, "Senior apprentice sister, where are you going with this? He's just my companion." Yi Yuan also cupped his fists and said, "Senior sister Jiang, many thanks for taking action to help. Senior sister is indeed mistaken. Miss Bailey and I are just teaming up in this assessment. There's nothing else." Hearing this, Bailey Qingyan's heart felt very uncomfortable. This guy really did not understand the relations. I plus P between men and women at all. Jiang Shuyan's pretty face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Best that there isn't. Punk, don't blame me for not warning you. Stay further away from Bailey. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Chapter 1791, Reading Out the Results. 1791, Reading Out the Results. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His good impression of this Jiang Shuyan immediately plummeted heavily. He did not have the intention of pestering Bailey Qingyan, but that Bailey Qingyan insisted on teaming up with him. Yi Yuan believed that with the immortal abode sect strength, it was impossible to not know about this intel. But she still warned him. When Jiang Shuyan saw Yi Yuan's expression, she said with a cold smile, "Don't think that you're impressive because your talent is high. Sometimes talent is also a kind of original sin. Regardless of whether it is the Soaring Flower sect, the Cloud's Word sect, or our immortal abode sect, wanting to kill you is as simple as Cruz. I plussing an ant. Just like earlier, if not for Bailey, if not for me, Russ. I plussing over. You would already be a dead man now. While you can only hide behind a woman, indignant but powerless. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. That trace of favorable impression towards Jiang Shuiyan also vanished into thin air along with it. These words were rather incisive. Your pride is because you have a powerful faction at the back. Then I have to say, you're very pitiful. Your lame sense of superiority isn't worth mentioning in front of me. Also, what relations? I plus P Miss Bailey, and I have, isn't your turn to care about yet. She only belongs to herself. Yi Yuan said coldly, except Jiang Shuiyan did not get angry because of Yi Yuan's words, but she sneered and said, this is that pitiful bit of self-esteem of yours. Relax. Very soon, you'll see how cruel reality is. The Shadow Moon sect doesn't lack geniuses. Bailey, let's go. Senior apprentice sister. The assessment hasn't ended yet. But Bailey Qingyan was not willing to go and made an excuse. Jiang Shuiyan's face fell, and she said, the heavenly demon crystals in your hands are already sufficient to pass the assessment. There's also no need to stay anymore. Finished talking, Jiang Shuiyan gave no chance to explain, and forcefully brought Bailey Qingyan away. After everyone left, Yi Yuan spewed out another large mouthful of blood. Qingyi, is it? Today's grudge. I've remembered it. Yi Yuan said with a chilly gaze. How powerful was the blow of a first firmament celestial deity? That was only the case for Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would already be dead until not even dregs remained at this time. That instant just now, Yi Yuan employed spatial law, directing the vast majority of the force out. That was how he escaped death by a hair's breadth. The perils involved were hard to describe. Divine Tao realm. Each major realm was a layer of firmament. The world power of martial artists went from a quantitative change to qualitative change, from a small world, transforming into a genuine world, evolving myriad life, becoming the sovereign of a world. Celestial deity realm powerhouse was when one started giving birth to myriad life. When the small world truly consolidated, all life was about to form. It was also when one broke through to the true G-O-D realm. Hence, the celestial deity realm. Even just a first firmament celestial deity that was also an invincible existence to those in the divine lord realms. For Yi Yuan to be able to avoid this attack, it was truly incredibly dangerous. Alone by himself, Yi Yuan found a secluded place to heal up his injuries. After several days, a month's time was up, Yi Yuan walked out of the Shadow Moon mountain range. Returning to the mountain gate, once more, the number of people in the plaza was clearly significantly lesser. This examination did not forbid killing. Quite a number of disciples lost their lives at the maws of fierce beasts or died at other people's hands. Those able to live were all powerhouses. Of course, if not for Qian Ye's forceful intervention. Zhong Hanlin, this so-called genius, would have to remain in the Shadow Moon mountain range forever. That old man in charge of the assessment slowly opened his mouth and said, now, hand over all of your heavenly demon crystals. After verifying, this old man will naturally announce the rankings. Bailey Qingyan's and Yi Yuan, two people's heavenly demon crystals, had been under Yi Yuan's custody all this while. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the crowd and handed the storage ring issued by the sect to a miscellaneous affairs disciple. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, soft discussions immediately started in the crowd. It's that guy's senior apprentice sister Bailey took the initiative to team up with. He's really lucky, really entered the second round lying down. One-time luck is useless. The second round is the true test. With his strength, it's totally impossible to pass. TSK. Spending the night together with senior apprentice sister Bailey in the mountain make me die, and I'd also be willing. The news of Yi Yuan and Duan Qinghong's great battle did not spread. This concerned the soaring flower lineage and Cloud's word lineage, two major forces' reputations. How could they dare to simply talk about it? Although the devil elephant lineage was strong compared to the three great factions, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this also concerned the devil elephant lineage's own reputation. Such a powerful faction was actually defeated in Yi Yuan's hands alone. How could they have any face? The devil elephant lineage already issued a gag order that everyone was not to mention that events that happened that day. Bailey Qingyan was also in the crowd. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, her expression was complicated. The gazes of Qian Yi, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest also kept on following Yi Yuan, full of enmity. The moment Yi Yuan took the field, he practically became the center of everyone's attention. That old man looked at Yi Yuan with a curious look on his face. What in the world did this kid do? Why would so many people pay attention to him? Very soon, everyone handed in their storage rings. After a bout of checking, the old man called Qian Yi to his side and said, "Qian Yi, you announced the results." Qian Yi bowed and said, "Yes, Deacon Hong." But when his gaze landed on the name list, his expression could not help becoming very ugly. The first place was shockingly Bailey Qingyan, and Yi Yuan, this combo, this D-A-M-N fellow, how did he get so many heavenly demon crystals? He and Bailey Qingyan teaming up, the heavenly demon crystal quant. One tie that they acquired in the end is actually more than the remaining top 5 added up. Qian Yi was reluctant to accept it in his heart. One had to know, under the situation of teaming up, not only did the number of heavenly demon crystals have to be greatly discounted, one even had to share equally with their teammates. This way, for teams to want to get first place, it was doubly difficult. The normal situation of teams were all those disciples whose strength were not strong, because they had to face uncertain danger. Disciples who truly had strength felt it beneath their dignity to form teams. Why? Could there be a problem? Deacon Hong asked when he saw Qian Yi keeping mum for a long time. Qian Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "And no problem." He recollected his mind and started reading out the results. First place, Bailey Qingyan, Yi Yuan, Heavenly Demon Crystal Quant. 1. tie, 223 pieces each. Second place, Zhong Hanlin, Heavenly Demon Crystal Quant. 1. tie, 83 pieces. Buzz. An uproar burst out below all at once that Deacon Hong also had a stunned face, looking at Qian Yi in disbelief, suspecting whether he read wrongly or not. 223 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Furthermore, this was teaming up. This number was too much. Furthermore, this quant, 1 tie of heavenly demon crystals was converted into late-stage, rank 4 heavenly demon crystals. 10 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal could exchange for the heavenly demon crystal of a late-stage rank 4. This was also to say that these two people hunted down at least 1,000 rank 4 fierce beasts. Doing to this extent in a month's time was simply fantastical. In the past, the first place was merely 80 to 90 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Bailey Qingyan's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, with an incredulous expression on her face. Suddenly, her beautiful body shuddered, suddenly thinking of something, her pupils involuntarily constricting. Chapter 1792, Shameless Action. Chapter 1792, Shameless Action. This guy wouldn't have gone to Silk Cloud Canyon, right? Silk Cloud Canyon was a very dangerous place in the Shadow Moon sect. To divine Lord Realm martial artists, it was equivalent to a forbidden area. That place had tens of thousands of blackwater salamanders. Those blackwater salamanders, the weak ones were rank 3, but those of rank 4 were absolutely no less than thousands. What was even more frightening was that there was even a rank 5 existence in there. Bailey Qingyan suddenly remembered that she and Yi Yuan had once gone to the Silk Cloud Canyon's entrance area. Back then, Yi Yuan wanted to go in to take a look, but was stopped by Bailey Qingyan. Thinking about it now, it was only there that Yi Yuan could hunt so many heavenly demon crystals. Wanting to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals, one must have encountered a beast horde. Otherwise, even if one hunted day and night, it was also impossible to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals. Except, once one fell into a beast horde, was there still hope of survival? Yi Yuan hunted so many blackwater salamanders. Wouldn't it alarm the rank 5 beast king? For some time, Bailey Qingyan was full of questions. Wait a minute! Deacon Hong's expression suddenly turned dark, and he stopped Qian Yi and said, "How can there possibly be so many? Is there a mistake?" At this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciples who counted the number hurriedly stepped out of the ranks and said in fear and trepidation, replying Deacon Hong, "This disciple absolutely didn't count wrongly. Inside this storage ring, there are a total of 321 pieces of late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals, 2,050 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal. Converted to late-stage rank 4, it's a total of 526 pieces. Then splitting 50-50 between 2 people, it's 263 pieces." Deacon Hong received Yi Yuan's storage ring and counted it. Sure enough, there was not a piece more and not a piece less. But this result made him extremely shocked. Such a large quant. 1 tie of heavenly demon crystal. This was unprecedented in the history of the Shadow Moon sect. He could not help looking toward Bailey Qingyan and asked curiously, "Bailey girlie, what's going on here?" Bailey Qingyan was just about to open her mouth when Jiang Shuiyin suddenly cut in. "Deacon Hong, Qingyang encountered a beast horse in the mountains. She fought in a BLOOD. Why battle for as long as half a month by herself before slaying so many fierce beasts? And her cultivation also had a breakthrough in this battle. I believe that not long after, she'll be able to reach half-step celestial deity." The moment these words came out, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely, including Bailey Qingyan. While in a corner, Yi Yuan was directly overlooked. No one would think that he, a 6th firmament divine lord, could be of any help. However, regarding Jiang Shuiyan's shameless action, Yi Yuan did not have much fluctuation. Firstly, Bailey Qingyan blocked in front of him several times, helping him out of his predicament. Although this kind of help did not have much effect on Yi Yuan, it at least protected him from showing his trump card. Yi Yuan, made clear distinctions between kindness and hatred. This favor, he accepted it. Secondly, Yi Yuan knew that his words carried little weight. Even if he said it, no one would believe either. Of course, Qian Yi, they all might guess some details, but would they help him speak up? Obviously not. As for Jiang Shuiyan's goal of doing this, Yi Yuan also knew in his heart. She was simply borrowing this to raise Bailey Qingyan's status and overpower the other 2 lineages, while elevating the immortal abode lineage. Although doing so had no cause for much criticism standing on Jiang Shuiyan's viewpoint, it was a little too shameless. This kind of magpie and dove's nest method made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. However, Bailey Qingyan was very anxious and was just about to speak, but saw Jiang Shuiyan turn back with a warning gaze. Bailey Qingyan immediately swallowed the words back. She was very smart. How could she not know Jiang Shuiyan's goal? It was just that doing so, she had a guilty conscience. Bailey Qingyan could not help looking over in Yi Yuan's direction, but discovered that Yi Yuan was like an old well without ripples, his face not having the least bit of change, as if this had nothing to do with him at all. But she knew that Yi Yuan must be angry. Encountering this sort of thing, who would not be angry? This was not just a matter of reputation. there was also the issue of future benefits. Geniuses would naturally obtain more resources, and losing this chance to rise to prominence, Yi Yuan's road of ascent would undoubtedly be much harder. As for Qian, Yi, they also could not help having gloating faces when they heard this. Yi Yuan suddenly threw out a heavyweight bomb. Catching them off guard. If Yi Yuan was paid close attention to by the sect, it would be difficult for them to want to put their hands on Yi Yuan. In contrast, although Bailey Qingyan's talent was monstrous, it was not monstrous to Yi Yuan's extent yet. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel tremendous pressure. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Jiang Shuyan doing so was exactly what they wanted. Deacon Hong had a look of realization when he heard it and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that S. Bailey's strength was actually so strong. This matter, I have to report it to the sect to know." As expected, Deacon Hong decided to report this matter to the sect. Finished talking, he even looked at Yi Yuan rather disdainfully. This kind of fellow with meager strength actually followed Bailey Qingyan, and one lying down, getting the strongest battle achievement of the Shadow Moon Sect's entrance examination, really hit the jackpot. "All right, continue reading out the results." Deacon Hong said coolly. Qian Ye's mood instantly became much better, but his vigilance toward Yi Yuan also grew stronger. Sixth firmament divine lord, and he could do it to this step. How dreadful would it be after he grew up in the future? But he believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not live long. He could tell that Jiang Shuyan was not aware of Yi Yuan's astonies. Plussing achievements beforehand. Her action was equivalent to offending Yi Yuan to the core. With that kid's temperament, he absolutely would not walk closely with the immortal abode lineage. In this case, Yi Yuan had offended all three major lineages before even entering the sect, as well as the devil elephant lineage. The devil elephant lineage's strength was not weak at all. The results at the back also did not have anything to pay attention to anymore. Everyone was marveling at Bailey Qingyan's strength and lamenting at Yi Yuan's doggess. Plus T luck. All right, everybody, rest for 3 days and enter the second round assessment. Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. The moment it ended, Bailey Qingyan pulled Jiang Shuyan to one side and complained, "Senior apprentice sister, how could you do that? You're making me unjust and disloyal like this." Jiang Shuyan smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Justice and loyalty? Can justice and loyalty make you become strong? The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave is about to arrive. You must let your strength become stronger and have to suppress your opponents ruthlessly. And this kid's appearance will make the final result very difficult to predict. If he can't break through to the celestial deity realm, it's still all right. But if he really breaks through in the 200+ years, at that time, who can be his match? If not looking on the account of your face, I'd have killed him at the Shadow Moon Mountain range." Bailey Qingyan had an indignant look on her face, but when she recalled Master's great trust toward her and thought of the sect's ardent hopes, it was seriously hard to choose. She thought of Yi Yuan again, feeling very depressed in her heart. Why did he have to swallow his pride and endure in silence, and not argue for himself? What in the world was this guy thinking? She desperately wanted to go and apologize to Yi Yuan, but Jiang Shuyan guarded her without leaving a step, making her unable to leave at all. Chapter 1793, Those who find it hard done, Tino, those who no one find it hard. Chapter 1793, Those who find it hard done, Tino, those who no one find it hard after 3 days of rest and recuperation. The disciples taking part in the examination were all full of high spirits, returning to their peak states once more. Deacon Hong turned in the direction of the sect and directly bowed down. Shadow Moon Sect disciple. Hong Xiao respectfully invites the jade light drum. While talking, Deacon Hong took out a small flag, poured divine essence into it, and directly plugged it into the void. Rumble! The void immediately emitted intense tremors, rumbling sounds lingering on incessantly. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a huge drum slowly emerged from the void. Arg! My ears! I can't hear any more. The humming sounds that the huge drum emitted shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Those slightly weaker ones even directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, their internal organs already injured. This is the melody of great Tao. Yi Yuan's brows raised up as he marveled a little. Regarding this kind of mysterious feeling, Yi Yuan was not foreign to it. Back then, when he preached on Tao at the Fiend Race, he had once triggered great Tao heavenly melody. The sound that this jade light drum gave off achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. It was just that the great Tao heavenly melody that Yi Yuan triggered belonged to alchemy Tao, while the jade light drum's melody of great Tao was extremely aggressive. Clearly, it was a Tao with extremely strong offensive power. Yi Yuan was secretly startled in his heart and said, "Looks like this Shadow Moon sect is indeed extraordinary. This jade light drum should be a top-level true G. Oh, D-mystic treasure, its power unimaginable. Just the slight aftermath of the vibrations of the drum surface have such power." Toward this kind of great Tao melody, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly, but Bailey Qingyan and the rest secretly revolved divine essence, blocking this impact. Gradually, the jade light drum's vibration noises subsided. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Deacon Hong's gaze swept over everyone slightly and said majestically, "The people who vomited blood just now can leave." Those people who vomited blood were all incomparably depressed, but they could only leave helplessly. I've long heard that the jade light drum's power is boundless, but I didn't expect that it's actually so terrifying. If it's unleashed, probably even celestial deity powerhouses can be instantly killed too, right? Regarding the jade light drum's power, these people were all extremely shocked too. After those people left, Deacon Hong continued slowly. Now the second round assessment begins. No matter what method you all use, as long as you can make the jade light drum sound out, it's considered Pa-S. Sing the A-S assessment. People who Pa-S, S the A-S assessment will become my Shadow Moon Sect's inner disciple. People who fail will become miscellaneous affairs disciples. If you aren't willing to become a miscellaneous affairs disciple, you can also leave. However, this old man warns you all first, live within your means. Your attacks. The jade light drum will return it with several times the force. It might directly collapse your physical bodies. Deacon Hong's words made the group of disciples feel slightly alarmed. This jade light drum's power was seriously too terrifying. Striking the drum without cultivation attainments was equivalent to seeking death. All right, now, you all cast spells in reverse order according to the results of the first round assessment. Deacon Holmes said in a clear voice. The first one to take the field was a very lean guy, only to see him leap up, arrive in midair. Back in his hand, a metal rod came into his hands. Limitless astral cudgel. The lean man brandished the metal stick and smashed over toward the jade light drum. Bang! Only to hear a scream. The jade light drum did not sound out, but his right arm that gripped the stick directly exploded into pieces. When Duan Qinghong saw this scene, he said scornfully, "Ha, really foolice. H. Plus does he think it's beating an ordinary drum? Choose a metal rod, and it can sound out." When Han Yong saw this scene, his expression changed slightly too and said to the Yi Yuan beside him, "Fine lad, that kid just now, his strength wasn't weak. He's actually crippled, just like that." Yi Yuan said coolly, what this jade light drum tests isn't strength but comprehension toward Tao. Using brute force will only accomplish the very opposite. The stronger the brute force, the greater the countershock force. He only had one arm crippled. It's considered light already. If you went up, your entire person would probably explode into nothing. Han Yong chuckled and said, I wouldn't be as stupid as him. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, there's naturally no problem with your Pa-S. Sing the test. But it's impossible for you to want to win, Zhao Zhao. Han Yong's expression choked up, involuntarily revealing an aggrieved look. Their Thundercloud sect and the Devil Elephant sect are sworn enemies. Han Yong and Zhao Zhao were also lifetime enemies. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he kept on being unable to surpa. Zhao Zhao. This had always been his heart knot. Yi Yuan, don't smack the face when hitting people, don't rake up one's shortcomings when picking on people. You being like this, you make me very depressed. Han Yong said gloomily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'll teach you a move that can let you overpower Zhao Zhao. What do you think? Han Yong's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, for real? You don't fool me. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, fool you for what? This round is as easy as turning my hand over to me. The moment these words came out, not just Han Yong, even the young fan by the side, also revealed skeptical looks. The two of them did not know Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range, and naturally did not know Yi Yuan's true strength. Yi Yuan, these words are a bit too conceited, right? Even though you got first place in the first round, this second round's jade light drum, even to the first place, it's absolutely not easy to. Yang Fan said. These words were said veiledly, but actually, it was saying that Yi Yuan actually took advantage of people in the first round, and was not a true winner. How your strength was, did you not have any score in your heart? Blowing your own trumpet here, why didn't you take a P-I-S and look at your reflection as well? Yi Yuan did not refute, but said to Han Yong with a smile, if you trust me, I'll teach you. If you don't believe, then forget it. Take it as I didn't say anything. Han Yong's expression flickered incessantly. Honestly speaking, he was a little skeptical, but overpowering Zhao Zhao was also his long-cherished wish of many years. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, brother, you say, I believe you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and whispered a few words in Han Yong's ear. When Han Yong heard, his face could not help revealing a dubious look as he said, so simple. Can it work? Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, those who find it hard don't know, those who know won't find it hard. This round's assessment isn't as difficult as you imagine. Han Yong's face revealed a strange look and could not quite make up his mind for some time. At this time, the test was also progressing in an orderly manner, but up to this point, not a single person Pa-S said yet. Some people also did not dare to go all out when they saw those in front getting injured. Slam. Finally, when more than 40 people took the field, someone sounded the jade light drum for the first time. It was just that this sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Whether or not it was counted as sounding was also hard to say. Ding Yuan, Tier 0. Pa-S as the test. At this time, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. Clearly, Deacon Hong could decide the ranks of the people who Pa-S said the test through that small flag. Tier 0 could virtually be ignored, but being able to do it to this step was also indeed not easy. The people who took part in the test at the back, those who Pa-S, said also gradually increased, but the vast majority were all Tier 0 or Tier 1, all the way until the top 100. Only then did a Tier 2 disciple appear. Chapter 1794 Drumming Method that made people don know whether to laugh or cry. 1794 drumming method that made people know whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Shu, Tier 3, Pa S, said the A.S. assessment. Zhao Zhao, Tier 4, Pa S, said the A.S. assessment. The moment Deacon Hong's voice fell, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. Him being called the devil elephant lineage's #1 person indeed wasn't simply boasted out. In comparison, Thundercloud sect's Han Yong is much worse. The genius that the Thundercloud sect nurtured this time is too weak. The grudges between celestial deity level sects were not some secret here. Everyone all came from celestial deity level sections. Regarding Zhao Zhao and Han Yong's matters, everyone was very clear. Han Yong's expression was very ugly. He thought that Zhao Zhao would at most be peak Tier 3. He did not expect that Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. This way, the pressure he was experiencing was very great. It did not matter if he lost, but people would say that the Thundercloud sect was inferior to the Devil Elephant sect. In reality, the two great sects each had their own merits. It was just that the Devil Elephant sect developed rapidly these few years and already faintly showed trends of overshadowing the Thundercloud sect. Therefore, Han Yong did not want to lose even more. Zhao Zhao landed from midair and deliberately Pa S, said by Han Yong, and said with a sneer, Han Yong, I've already broken through to Tier 4. I know that you're not convinced, so don't get lower than this. Han Yong's expression changed and opened his mouth, wanting to refute. But he truly did not have any confidence, putting out the big talk now. If he could not achieve it in a while, that would be even more humiliating. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. You rest assured. When Brother Han goes up in a while, he'll only be higher than you and not lower than you. The Zhao three brothers and Han Yong were implacable enemies. He came down only because he wanted to show off a bit to Han Yong, so he did not notice that Yi Yuan was actually still here. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, Zhao Zhao's expression could not help changing, his eyes revealing a look of fear. Humph! W with just the likes of him? Don't I know how capable he is? Zhao raised his neck and forcefully argued. He was afraid of Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he was scared of Han Yong. After fighting for a little less than half of their lifetimes, could he still not know Han Yong's strength? Yi Yuan said coolly, what this jade light drum is testing is potential and not strength. Your strength is indeed greater than his, but it doesn't mean that your potential is greater than his. The moment Zhao Zhao heard, he said disdainfully, just him? If he can Serpa, me, I'll pluck my head off for him to kick as a ball. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need for that. If he can Serpa, you yell in front of so many people that the Devil Elephant sect is no good 3 times. Do you dare or not? When Zhao Zhao heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression could not help but become stifled. This was betting with the sect's reputation. It was not up to him to not be cautious. When Yi Yuan saw his appearance, he said coolly, looks like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Therefore, when people haven't appeared on the stage yet, don't posture here. There are plenty of people stronger than you. Seeing Yi Yuan stump Zhao Zhao with a few words, Han Yong could not help being greatly excited. He naturally knew that he could not beat Zhao Zhao, but being able to make him feel deflated, he was also very happy. Zhao Zhao smiled coldly when he heard that and said, you're goading me? Do you think that I'd fall for it so easily? Yi Yuan smiled and said, regardless whether I'm goading or not, you're a gutless loser. You don't dare to bet. Isn't it still because you don't have the confidence? I dare to say that if I lose to you, I'll commit suicide in front of the Shadow Moon Sect's mountain gates to atone for my crime. But you don't dare. Zhao Zhao's expression became incomparably ugly. Of course you freaking dared to say so. How could a peerless genius who fused spatial law and sword Dao law possibly lose to him? This guy was even stronger than Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin. Ha ha ha, you're indeed a loser to not even dare to agree to this. If you don't dare to agree, then scram to one side. Don't be an eyesore here. Is Tier 4 very impressive? Han Yong also laughed loudly and said, being looked down upon by Yi Yuan, he felt like he had no temper, but being despised by Han Yong like this, he could not quite endure it anymore. Han Yong, I dare to bet, then do you dare? If you lose, you'll also shout Thundercloud Sect is no good 3 times. You have the guts? Zhao Zhao said with a cold smile. Han Yong's expression choked up when he heard this. It was as if he had his throat clutched. When Zhao Zhao saw the situation, he said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, "See, it's him who doesn't have the guts, not that I don't have the guts." The moment Han Yong heard this, his head heated up. He said, "Compete then, who's scared of who?" Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he thought about it. It was impossible for him to lose to Han Yong. His face could not help turning dark as he said, "Okay, I want to see whether or not you can really turn into a phoenix from a hen. I'm going to make your Thundercloud Sect lose all of its face in front of everyone." This matter was settled like this. But Han Yong's heart was racing. He truly did not have much confidence in winning Zhao Zhao. Yi Yuan, you went a bit too overboard. If Han Yong loses, he won't be able to even lift his head in the Shadow Moon Sect in the future. He'll become a common target for scorn. Yang Fan said in a solemn voice. Clearly he was enraged. Yang Fan and Han Yong's relations, HI plus P, was very close. Seeing Yi Yuan incite the wager this time, the fury in his heart blazed. If Han Yong lose, the Thundercloud lineage's people would thoroughly cast him aside and view him as the sex traitor. In the future, he'd be alone and helpless in the Shadow Moon Sect. This was not as simple as yelling 3 times. The future implications were too great. Saying something unpleasant, this wager might directly ruin Han Yong's future. Furthermore, Yang Fan really could not see any hopes of victory for Han Yong. The method that Yi Yuan said he would teach Han Yong, Yang Fan was very pessimistic about it too. If casually teaching could defy the heavens, then wouldn't the Shadow Moon Sect's assessment become a joke? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "You turn it around and think about it. If Han Yong wins, Zhao Zhao and brothers won't be able to lift their heads in the Shadow Moon Sect in the future." Right at this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciple shouted, "Next one, Han Yong." Han Yong's expression changed, a pair of legs like they grew roots, and actually did not dare to walk out. When Zhao Zhao saw this scene, he was even more certain in his heart that Han Yong could not do it. Originally, Han Yong was already inferior to him. Yi Yuan lightly patted Han Yong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Remember, use the method that I taught you to drum the drum. You won't lose." Han Yong's heart was somewhat racing as he said, Can this really work?" Yi Yuan nodded his head with an indifferent look. Now that it was hard to dismount from a tiger's back, Han Yong was aware that he had no way out already too. Steeling his heart, he leaped and arrived up in the sky. Han Yong suddenly turned around, back facing the jade light drum, his abdomen ballooning more and more. When everyone saw this scene, their faces became extremely fascinating. Zhao Zhao's complexion flushed even redder as he let out a big laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, you're really killing me with laughter. This guy wouldn't be thinking of using a fart to sound the jade light drum, right?" Bailey Qingyan's face turned red, and she could not help turning away. Below, waves of ridicules also came over. Yang Fan was angered until his expression was livid, and he questioned Yi Yuan, "This is the idea that you gave him?" You want to make him become the laughingstock of the world? Puh! Yang Fan's voice had yet to face when a loud fart could be heard clearly in the entire plaza. However, everyone's smiles had yet to fade away when an even more resounding drum sound spread out. Dong! Chapter 1795 trampled flat. In one day. 1795 trampled flat. In one day dong. An earth-shaking drum sound spread out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. Everyone who was still laughing before, after hearing the drum sound, their faces all changed drastically. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that this drum sound was the most sonorous one up to this point. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Han Yong's fart actually struck the jade light drum so resoundingly. Ouch! Han Yong let out a scream and actually could not stand steady, falling down from midair. But he did not feel pain. Scrambling to his feet, his face appeared flushed because of excitement. He ran in front of Yi Yuan and said with an excited face, "It was actually really useful. You didn't bluff me." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly when he heard this, and he said, "Turns out that you felt that I was bluffing you all along." Han Yong choked and said sadly, "I didn't mean that." Ho-ho, suspicion is also normal. After all, this method is rather fantastical, Yi Yuan said with a smile. By the side, Yang Fan was shocked until he did not speak until now. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of incredulity. This guy's pointer was actually really useful. Deacon Hong looked at this scene with a stunned look. This was still his first time seeing someone use this kind of utterly absurd method to pass the assessment. Han Yong, Tier 5. Pass, said the test. These words were like a heavy hammer. SMAs. Plussing onto Zhao Zhao's heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a clear voice, "Deacon Hong, I'm unconvinced. How can he be considered to have said the assessment like this?" Deacon Hong's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Are you questioning this old man?" Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he defended himself strongly through sophistry and said, "Deacon Hong, if letting out a fart can pass the test, then wouldn't our Shadow Moon sect become the laughingstock of the world?" Deacon Hong frowned and said, "Pass means pass. Said, the jade light drum won't deceive people. Keep on being long-winded, and I'll revoke your qualifications." Zhao Zhao's face changed. How could he still dare to say any more? Han Yong said with a smug look, Zhao, weren't you very proud of yourself earlier? Didn't you say that I can't possibly you? Now admit defeat." Zhao Zhao's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "You beat the drum with such a ludicrous method to actually still have the nerve to mention the wager." Han Yong seemed to have long predicted his attitude and said with a sneer, "Something that even Deacon Hong has confirmed isn't up to you to deny whether or not I pass the test. That small flag can naturally ascertain it. Hence, are you going to go back on your words now?" Zhao Zhao was pushed to the edge of the cliff all of a sudden. Quite a few people around all cast strange gazes, all looking at Zhao Zhao with disdainful looks. The two of them wagering, that was witnessed by many people. Now, Zhao Zhao was actually going to go back on his word. Zhao Zhao gritted his teeth and said furiously, "I'm reneging, so what can you do to me?" But Han Yong smiled and said, "What can I do to you?" Everyone saw it. The people that come from the Devil Elephant sect don't keep their words. No strength, and he still dared to bet with me. He loses and doesn't acknowledge his debt. Such a sect is truly laughable. This Zhao Zhao, I didn't expect that he's so shameless. The Devil Elephant sect's face is utterly lost by him. Lost and doesn't admit it. Who would still dare to walk close with such a person in the future? Han Yong's words immediately aroused a wave of contempt. Zhao Zhao's expression was ugly to the extreme. He currently found it hard to dismount the tiger after getting on its back. Whether or not he admitted it, the sex reputation was ruined by him. Just as he was at a loss on what to do, a figure suddenly flashed past. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Zhao Zhao's face. Song Ting looked at Zhao Zhao with a grim expression and said furiously, "You fool, are you nuts? To actually dare agree to such a wager." Zhao Zhao was full of grievances in his heart. How could he know that Han Yong actually used a fart and Serpa said him? Zhao Zhao was just about to defend himself with sophistry, but heard Song Ting said icily, you? From now on, you're not my devil elephant lineage's member anymore." Zhao Zhao's expression changed, and he said in a panic, how can this be? Once rejected by the devil elephant lineage, he would not be able to get protection within the Shadow Moon sect in the future. Inside this sect, where geniuses were abundant like clouds, it was very hard for him to gain a foothold. Song Ting sneered and said, "Otherwise, how do you want to resolve this matter?" Zhao Zhao choked the moment he heard this. It seemed like this was the best way to resolve the problem. Zhao Zhao's expression was ashen. He suddenly discovered that his future became gloomy, and the prime culprit was actually a wager. The wager that was originally in the bag. In the end, he actually lost. Han Yong watched the show by the side, enjoying it thoroughly. For so many years, Zhao Zhao had always suppressed him, making him virtually unable to catch his breath. Did not expect that he only used one opportunity and thoroughly brought this fellow down. Without the devil elephant lineage as the patron, the Zhao three brothers would die very horribly. Just like the words Jiang Shuyan said when she warned Yi Yuan, even Yi Yuan's talent could not stand firm, let alone a measly little Zhao Zhao. At this time, Han Yong was jubilant in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was also filled with gratitude. Actually, the thing that Yi Yuan taught him was very simple. It was to let him continuously perform great circulatory cycles within his body with world power, finally sinking it inside the dantian. When it accu mulat to the limits of the body, then let it out in one go. Although Han Yong did not understand why, very clearly he did it. At the thought that he suspected Yi Yuan previously, he would feel very ashamed. Yi Yuan was intentionally helping him get rid of Zhao Zhao here, but he doubted Yi Yuan's intentions. Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan, I apologize to you." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You were worried about your bro, that's why you did that. Would I fail to make a distinction between right and wrong? There's no need for this apology." Yang Fan looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed in his heart. This kid's heart was clear as a mirror. "Yi Yuan, I discovered that when Zhao Zhao was talking to you previously, he seemed to be particularly scared of you." Yang Fan found it weird just now. When Zhao Zhao was facing Yi Yuan, he became like a different person from before, as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster. This feeling made him feel very preposterous. Even though Yi Yuan broke through, Zhao Zhao should not reach the extent of being afraid, right? That guy was taught a fierce lesson by me and Bailey Qingyan in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. That's why he's like this, Yi Yuan said ambiguously. Yang Fan felt enlightened in his heart, but Yi Yuan's words made him feel even more puzzled. Could it be that there was really some unclear and unknown relations? HI plus P between Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan? The assessment continued. The people remaining were all strong players. Quite a number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 figures appeared. It was just that there was not even a single Tier 5. Only all the way until Duan Qinghong made a move did he firmly take Tier 5. Zhong Hanlin and Duan Qinghong were almost on par, similarly the standard of Tier 5. This way, Han Yong was actually ranked at 3rd place thus far. This was what everyone never thought of. Next, Yi Yuan. It was Yi Yuan's turn, but he did not move and said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Deacon Hong, can this disciple request to be the last to be tested?" Chapter 17, 96, Sudden Drumbia. Chapter 17, 96, Sudden Drumbia. Is there a mistake? This kid is also posturing too hard, right? To actually want to contend for the finale with Bailey Qinyan. Ha! Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Who does he think he is? Yi Yuan's request immediately caused a series of boos. What the finale represented was strength and status. Yi Yuan was a freeloader in everyone's eyes. What right did he have to be the finale? Jiang Shuiyan's brows furrowed when she heard that and said, "What does this guy want to do? He's using this method in order to fight for vindication? This kid is also too childish, right?" Bailey Qinyan was similarly at a loss, not knowing what Yi Yuan was doing here. Deacon Hong frowned slightly and said, "You and Bailey La S are tied for 1st place. As long as she has no objections, there's no problem." Finished talking. Everyone's gazes looked over toward Bailey Qinyan. Jiang Shuiyan was just about to speak when Bailey Qinyan agreed, without hesitation. "No problem, I'll go first." Jiang Shuiyan stomped her feet angrily, secretly thinking that this girl was so worrying. Was this the time to yield out of courtesy? Bailey Qinyan took a stop out, arrived high up in the air, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the mortal world, her beauty transcendent. The disciples below all revealed wars. I plus ping looks. Bailey Qinyan gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression, but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at her with a smile, involuntarily making her stupefied. What medicine was this fellow selling in his gourd? This scene was another flavor when it landed in everyone's eyes. Bailey Qinyan collected her mind, divine essence surging on her body. Suddenly, she cast out a silk ribbon, which flew over toward the jade light drum like lightning. Dong! Thus far, the most sonorous drumbeat spread out. The shockwave coming of the jade light drum rippled out like breaking a dead branch from a tree, leveling the trees in the several-mile radius to the ground. Seeing such a shocking commotion, everyone's countenance also changed visibly. This strength was even above Duan Qinghong, 2 people. Deacon Hong's face revealed a look of approval as he said with a nod, "Not bad. Not bad. Bailey Qinyan, high grade tier 6. Pa S, said the test." Jiang Shuiyan's face revealed a relieved smile. With this, their immortal abode sect suppressed the other 2 lineages until they could not even lift their heads anymore. Furthermore, Bailey Qinyan's performance also provided powerful proof for her breathtaking first round. Now, who would still suspect that was not done by Bailey Qinyan? Most likely, even Duan Qinghong, they all also would not suspect it, right? Her gaze looked over toward Yi Yuan away, and she could not help sneering. "Foolish fellow, think that you can T.C.H. away Bailey's limelight like this. Even though you comprehended spatial law, your realm is too low, but the jade light drum's requirement for cultivation realm is very high." Although she witnessed Yi Yuan's powerful strength, Jiang Shuiyan was not optimistic about Yi Yuan. She, as the Shadow Moon sect's disciple, naturally knew the jade light drum's power. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehensions toward Tao, and the louder the drumming would be too. Although Yi Yuan's attack power was high, his realm was too low. If he used full strength to attack the jade light drum, he would only suffer an even stronger countershock force. Hence, Bailey Qinyan's first place was already locked in. Yi Yuan wanting to be the finale, this action was merely the laughable dignity of a man. Bailey Qinyan's performance made everyone marvel with admiration, and also made Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They had always been pursuing Bailey Qinyan previously, but her potential was more than a level stronger than theirs. Bailey Qinyan said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Thank you, Deacon Hong." Deacon Hong nodded his head as he smiled and said, "Bailey Law S. S is indeed pretty good. High grade tier 6. Among all of the former seasons' AS assessments, it also ranks among the best. It's just a pity that it missed by a step and didn't break through to tier 7. Bailey Qinyan said, "Qingyang will cultivate even harder in the future and won't let the sect down." Deacon Hong smiled and said, "MN cultivate well. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. Hope that you can have a place." Bailey Qinyan nodded slightly and floated down. Jiang Shuiyan went up to welcome with a smile and said, "Bailey, you indeed didn't disappoint me." But Bailey Qinyan's attitude was somewhat cold as she said, "Coolly, senior apprentice sister, there's still someone who hasn't taken the stage. Don't be happy too early." But Jiang Shuiyan said without a care, "Although that kid's talent is high, his realm is too low after all. Even if he's stronger than Duan Qinghong, it's also impossible to Serpa. SSU." Bailey Qinyan shook her head slightly, but did not dispute. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan doing this had a deep meaning. Most likely, it would not be that simple. Furthermore, it was clearly impossible for Han Yong to Serpa S Xiao Zhao, but he broke through to tier 5. And Han Yong's relations, HI plus P with Yi Yuan, was very good. Could this just be a coincidence? Last one, Yi Yuan. After repeated calls, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to appear on the stage. However, he did not come out yet, and there was another wave of booing. Clearly, everyone was very disdainful of his finale that overestimated his own ability. This guy is really utterly without shame. This bit of strength also dare to S. And TCH the finale. Ha, Miss Bailey is magnanimous and doesn't haggle over it with him. This guy even went from bad to worse. 6th Firmament Divine Lord, don't even know whether or not he can make it sound, and he dares to S. And TCH the position of the finale. Originally, Bailey Qinyan was a genius at the same level as Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin in everyone's eyes. But now, Bailey Qinyan's status in their minds already far Serpa S, said those two people. The present Bailey Qinyan outshone the others. Coupled with that kingdom-toppling looks of hers, she already became the G-O-Des in everyone's hearts. A-G-O-Des that could not be profaned. But Yi Yuan, this guy actually dared to blaspheme the G-O-Des and S, and A-T-C-H her finale position. Towards these questioning voices, Yi Yuan naturally paid no attention to it. He slowly walked out of the crowd, but did not fly up high to the sky. Then he just flicked lightly, carrying a light breeze blowing towards the jade-like drum. This movement was like brus, H-I, plussing off dust, relaxed and natural. It was just that this action made everyone feel very perplexed. Even Deacon Hong's face revealed a very doubtful look. What is this guy doing again? Have to admit, he really knows how to gain notoriety by doing something sensational. What he did just now is already beating the drum. No divine essence undulation at all. This guy knows that he's going to reveal his true colors and gave up. Dong. Just as the ridiculing voices grew higher than the previous wave, an earth-shattering drumbeat sounded out, overshadowing all of the sounds all at once. In the entire world, only the jade light drum's drumbeat was reverberating. The faces of everyone present all changed visibly. The sound of this drum was actually identical to Bailey Qinyan's. That power plowed once more within the radius of several miles. Everyone all used incomparably horrified gazes to look at Yi Yuan. But even more were confused faces. Was this drumbeat just now really done by Yi Yuan? But how could that kind of casual and light action cause such a big commotion? Chapter 1797 Old Youth. Chapter 1797 Old Youth. The drumbeat gradually subsided. Everyone was still immersed in the midst of shock, because no one could have thought that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish exactly the same as Bailey Qingyan. Among them included Jiang Shuiyan and Duan Qinghong, they all. Deacon Hong's pupils constricted as if understanding something. Yi Yuan, high grade tier 6. Pa S, said the test. He looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a gratified look. Deacon Hong thought in his heart, this child is different from the others, and already saw through the jade light drum's reality, simplifying things by cutting out the superfluous, triggering the resonance of the jade light drum with the power of great Tao. It looked casual, but it's actually no idea how many times more profound than others. Other people saw 100 steps away, but he already saw 1,000 steps away. Except, it looked like he still held back somewhat, but don't know why is that. With Yi Yuan not displaying his full strength, he was unable to judge Yi Yuan's limits. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a genius too. At least, he was not beneath Bailey Qingyan. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a supporting character, who only worked his way to first place by following Bailey Qingyan. Looking at it now, it was ridiculously wrong. So incredible. Han Yong said in shock. Although after he reached Tier 5, he had long changed his views on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan reach high-grade Tier 6 effortlessly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bailey Qingyan, he was still extremely shocked. Yang Fan had a strange look. He previously still thought that Yi Yuan boasted without coming up with a draft, and that his behavior was flashy with substance, and could not get close with. Looking at it now, he was really blind. Yi Yuan saying that it was a breeze for him to Pa S. The A.S. assessment. It was really accomplished with the greatest of ease. Too effortless, a casual flick, and it was high-grade Tier 6, too relaxed and casual. Yi Yuan slowly turned around and looked over in Jiang Shuiyan's direction with a profound meaning. Jiang Shuiyan's entire body turned stiff and was actually floored by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Jiang Shuiyan's face felt fiery hot. Yi Yuan used this light flick and gave her an incomparably resounding slap. A moron could also tell that Yi Yuan seemed to have plenty left in the tank, but he got a high-grade Tier 6. This move of Yi Yuan's had a deep meaning. Firstly, Yi Yuan helped Bailey Qingyan achieve the T.I. first place, repaying Bailey Qingyan's friends. H.I. plus P and loyalty. Secondly, Yi Yuan used this flick to tell everyone that Yi Yuan, did not rely on Bailey Qingyan to get first place. He was very strong. Thirdly, Yi Yuan was telling her, Jiang Shuiyan, you cannot suppress my edge. As long as I, Yi Yuan, am willing, I can surpass everyone at any time. This was a blatant declaration of war. The entrance examination ends here. You all will be my Shadow Moon sect's disciples starting from now, no matter which sect or faction you all belonged to in the past. Now, you all only have one ident. One, that is the Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Entering my sect, everything will be the sect's interests as the top priority. If there's any act of betraying the sect, kill without amnesty. Now, you all ascend from the mountain gate. There will naturally be someone to fetch you all in. Deacon Hong's voice reverberated in front of the mountain gate. The disciples all had fearful expressions, clearly frightened by Deacon Hong's words. Yi Yuan was very indifferent and did not have any surprised look. The Shadow Moon sect seemed to have many factions, the forces intricate and complicated. Actually, that was just tacit allowed by the sect in order to increase the compet. One, tie in between disciples, and accelerate their strength increase. But if someone jeopardized the sect's interests, the sect would definitely annihilate them at all costs. The Shadow Moon sect would not nurture geniuses for other sections. There were 43 inner disciples who said the examination at the end, and 102 miscellaneous affairs disciples. These people officially entered the sect under Qian Ye's lead. The Shadow Moon sect's main peak towered into the clouds, unable to see any end in sight. Yi Yuan climbed up the steps along with the crowd, as if arriving at a fairyland, and the spiritual energy thickness also became increasingly stronger as the height of the mountain got taller. Just the spiritual energy concentration at the halfway point was already D knows how many times stronger than ordinary high-order imperial cities. The Shadow Moon sect had a main peak and 9 sub-peaks, presenting the appearance of 9 stars twinkling around the moon. All were majestic and grand. Yi Yuan could feel that this place was absolutely a rich land that fostered great talents. The 9 sub-peaks were under the charge of the 9 great skill-imparting elders. Disciples who entered the sect all have to be signed under the name of a skill-imparting elder. Of course, it was just belonging under them. Skill-imparting elders were all true D-level existences. Ordinary disciples could not see them at all. However, each skill-imparting elder had a rank 6 cultivation method in their possession. If one could stand out in their performance, they could become the skill-imparting elder's personal disciple. At that time, they would be able to learn a true D-level cultivation method and martial techniques. This was what all of the disciples dreamed of course, in a large true D-level sect, disciples ranging in the tens of missions wanting to become a personal disciple. That was doubly difficult. This is your ident. 1 Tai token. Kid, I have to admire you. Before even entering the sect, you already offended the 3 great factions and our devil elephant lineage. Do you know how many elders and deacons the Shadow Moon sect has that all come from these 3 major factions? Song Ting through the ident. 1 Tai token to Yi Yuan and scoffed with a look of amuse. Nt Yi Yuan received the token and discovered that Tianying 2 words were written on the back. Presumably, he was signed to Tianying Peak. According to Han Yong, Tianying Peak was the weakest sub-peak. The strengths of the disciples were the weakest, resources were the most deficient, and cultivation method and martial techniques were the most scarce. Looks like he was indeed targeted. Shadow Moon sect did not lack geniuses. His performance was also not stunning enough in order to help Bailey Qingyan achieve her aim, and was unable to catch the sect's attention. This was also what Yi Yuan had expected. It was just that being signed to whichever sub-peak did not make much difference to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, "What has that got to do with me? Only second-rate disciples like you will be interested in this sort of thing, right? Second-rate? You actually said that the Tianzhu Peak's disciples are second-rate?" Song Ting deliberately said it very loudly. The surroundings immediately cast a series of unfriendly gazes. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "What I said was that you are doing this kind of welcoming new disciples thing. You're definitely a second-rate minor character in the sect. Don't you say so? Senior apprentice Brother Song? You're not young anymore as well, but you can't even break through to the celestial deity realm and are still just an outer disciple. I didn't say that Tianzhu Peak is second-rate. I mean that you disgrace Tianzhu Peak." The more Yi Yuan said, the uglier Song Ting's expression became. Those unfriendly gazes also immediately became amused. Calculating it, Song Ting was indeed an old youth already. With his talents, even if he broke through to celestial deity realm, it was very hard to promote to an inner disciple too. Yi Yuan's words poked Song Ting's sore spot. Yi Yuan being A.S. signed to Tianying Peak. He originally came deliberately to give Yi Yuan a blow and regain face in the Pa-S Sing. He did not expect that he suffered a huge loss of face. This kid's mouth was so venomous. Brat, you just be smug. Being remembered by the three great factions at the same time, I hope that you can live for a month. Song Ting gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No need for senior apprentice Brother Song to worry. I'll live very well." Chapter 1798 Abode Gone. Chapter 1798 Abode Gone. The main peak was extremely far away from the subpeaks. Yi Yuan arrived at Tianying Peak through the transmission array and immediately had a feeling of falling to the human world from heaven compared to the main peak's splendor. This place was clearly much shabbier. Yi Yuan, I really feel unfair for you. With your talent, you should at least be on the top 3 subpeaks. That bunch of fellows abuses their power to bully people and actually relegated you to Tianying Peak. Beside Yi Yuan, a short and skinny young man said with an indignant look. This young man was called Tsungyu. He came from an unknown small sect. His strength was not bad, Peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. During the second round's assessment, he even reached Tier 2. Among the disciples that came out of small sects, he was already a dragon among men. Logically speaking, he should not have been relegated to Tianying Peak, but he became the only inner disciple sent to Tianying Peak. The other 41 people were all relegated to the other 8 subpeaks. Regarding this kind of unfair treatment, Tsungyu was naturally unhappy about it in his heart. However, Tsungyu admired Yi Yuan greatly. That simple and casual flick shocked him deeply. Similarly, coming from a small sect, Yi Yuan's potential was clearly much stronger than him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If it's gold, it will S-H-I plus anywhere. I heard that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder came from a small sect. But didn't he also enter the ranks of True G? Oh, D-Realm, becoming the ruler of a region?" Tsungyu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, "Even so, Tianying Peak is still the most run-down subpeak, ostracized by the other 8 peaks. In the Shadow Moon sect, Tianying Peak could be said to be a land of exile. No one was willing to come to this place. Those who came here were mostly not wanted or disciples without factions. And arriving here was also basically equivalent to having one's future cut off. It would be very hard to have great accomplishments again." Yi Yuan patted Tsungyu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, upon entering the Shadow Moon sect, you already forgot who you are." Finished saying, Yi Yuan walked over toward Tianying Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Tsungyu's entire body trembled. Yeah, his sect was just an unremarkable divine, lord-level sect, deficient of resources, and severely lacking cultivation methods. But he relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. He thought that entering the Shadow Moon sect, with his talent, he would be able to soar to the heavens in one bound. But the current situation was too far from what he imagined. So he felt indignant, felt wronged, felt that the future was bleak and dark. However, looking back, even if he arrived at Tianying Peak, his current situation was also far better than before. Hence, what was he still not satisfied with? As long as he took out his past efforts, he would be able to stand out among his peers one day and viciously slap those BS, to martial artists. While resources were important, what was more important was to have an unyielding heart that sought Tao. Losing one's true self, then the future would really be bleak. Rousing the dreamer from his sleep with a word. "Yi Yuan, thank you." Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, Tsungyu's gaze became determined once more, just as before. "Senior apprentice brother, We're new disciples here to receive cultivation abodes. This is my ident. 1. Tai token. Shadow Moon sect was established on a spiritual vein. The sect opened up many abodes on each subpeak and laid down array formations, providing for disciples to cultivate. The better the apartment, tude of the disciple, the better the cultivation abode they would get, and the faster the cultivation speed will naturally be as well. Tianying Peak was where the spiritual vein was the thinnest among the 9 subpeaks. The spiritual energy was naturally also the thinnest. That disciple took a look at the 2 people's ident. 1, Tai tokens, his brows involuntarily raising up, and he threw the tokens on the table with a thud as he said lazily, "You're called Sung, you right?" Tianying Peak still has one last low-grade level 2 abode. This is the abode's token. Go on. Sung Yu put away the token and said joyfully, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother. Then what about Yi Yuan?" That disciple raised his eyelids and said with a fake smile, "Him? That was Tianying Peak's last abode already. This junior apprentice brother will have to be inconvenienced and go to other stray peaks to open up an abode yourself." As he said, he took out an array flag and placed it in front of Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "This is the Spirit Gathering Formations array flag. You go to Firecloud Peak right now. As long as you find the eye of the spiritual vein there and open up an abode, then deploy the array flag. It will naturally be able to gather spiritual energy and become your own abode." Sun Yu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "How can it be so coincidental? Senior apprentice brother, I heard that opening up an abode is very dangerous. That place is all desolate mountain peaks, fierce beasts everywhere. Quite a few disciples have been buried there." That disciple's gaze turned cold, and he said, "Dangerous? Opening up an abode is dangerous? This main peak, 9 subpeaks, several hundred stray peaks, which one wasn't opened up by Shadow Moon sect disciples. Why is there an exception when it comes to him?" Sung Yu had just received Yi Yuan's pointers and was endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. He could not bear to see Yi Yuan take the risk and could not refrain from saying, "Senior apprentice brother, why don't you take a look again? Perhaps there are still vacant abodes on the stray peaks in this vicinity." The moment that disciple heard, he said in a great rage, "Insolence! Ask you to go where? That's where you go. What's with all the C? R? AP? I said don't have means don't have. Could it be that you want to replace me on duty?" Sung Yu was merely a newcomer. How could he dare to argue? He said with a guilty conscience, dare not. "Senior apprentice brother, how about this? Give my abode to Yi Yuan. I'll go open up an abode." That disciple's face fell, and he was just about to fly off the handle, but heard Yi Yuan pick up the array flag and say coolly, "All right, don't need to be long-winded anymore. This guy has clearly been bribed by people already, deliberately making me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode, then get killed by fierce beasts. You're just looking for a rebuff by telling him these." Sun Yu's face changed, only then coming to a realization. That disciple's expression similarly changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Punk, you dare to talk to your senior brother like this?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance scornfully and said coolly, "You already want to kill me, so could it be that I still have to speak to you politely? Moreover, who the H.E.L.I. do you think you are to be fit to be called as my senior brother?" That disciple, A.S., signing abodes was merely a 9th firmament divine lord, so Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. That disciple's expression turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Very well, looks like it's a very proud newcomer. Then I'll let you take a look at whether I'm fit to be your senior brother or not." Within the radius of Shadow Moon sect's main peak and subpeaks, it was forbidden for disciples to kill one another. But with a valid reason, taking action against a disciple for a bit was no issue. That disciple saw that Yi Yuan was merely sixth firmament divine lord and actually dared to be insolent in front of him. So he was also genuinely angered. No wonder, senior apprentice Brother Qian, you wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Looks like this punk was used to being condescending. While talking, that disciple's ninth firmament divine, Lord Aura, suddenly released. A slap smacked over toward Yi Yuan's face as quick as lightning. Yi Yuan, be careful. Tseng, you did not think that this guy would attack the moment he said so. It was already too late to want to stop it. The other party was ninth firmament divine lord. His strength was more than a level stronger than him. Slap. An incomparably resounding slap transmitted over. That disciple was directly slapped, flying out. Chapter 17, 99 Obstructed Tillage, Spiritual. 1799 Obstructed Tillage, Spiritual. Is there a mistake? My eyesight isn't failing, right? A sixth firmament divine. Lord smacked a ninth firmament divine. Lord flying with one slap. Even though there were only a few disciples in the hall, this scene still made them extremely shocked. That disciple held his face, his teeth already knocked out. Looking at Yi Yuan, his eyes were full of fear. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with an indifferent look, "Those people got you to do things, didn't they tell you not to provoke me? You're the disciple, signing abodes, and have the authority to sign where disciples go. I originally didn't plan on refusing either, yet you were looking for a beating yourself. Then I can't be blamed." Done talking, Yi Yuan took the array flag, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait a minute. Yi Yuan, I'll go together with you." Tseng Yu suddenly said. He turned to that disciple and said, "That whatever dog fart abode, I don't want it anymore. You give me an array flag. I'll go to Fire Cloud Peak too." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and said, "They are making me go to Fire Cloud Peak because that place is definitely very dangerous. You have no need to take the risk with me." But Tseng Yu had a calm look and said smilingly, "My strength is inferior to yours, but it's more or less an assistance. Moreover, opening up an abode, I'll just take it as a trial." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. Tseng Yu was a smart man too. He gave a pointer or two, and he already found his original heart. Cultivating was sailing against the current to begin with. If this Tseng Yu thought that he soared to the heavens in one bound after entering the Shadow Moon sect, that would be wasting his talents. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Let's go together then." Looking at the two people's departing back view, that disciple had a venomous look on his face. The Fire Cloud Peak is a desolate land with countless rank 4 fierce beasts. There are even quite a few rank 5 existents. There are already no fewer than several dozen people among the disciples who wanted to open up an abode. I don't believe that you guys can still return. On Fire Cloud Peak, it was indeed desolate and bleak, with traces of fierce beasts everywhere. The powerful undulations coming from the surroundings made Tseng Yu's complexion somewhat pale. Yi Yuan, this Fire Cloud Peak is truly riddled with perils. Those guys really want your life. Tseng Yu immediately understood those people's intentions after arriving at Fire Cloud Peak. He vaguely knew that Yi Yuan had conflicts with the 3 major factions, but he did not expect that those people were actually so vicious. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As long as the ordeals that others give me can't kill me, it will all make me stronger. This will become a nightmare for them." Tseng Yu's expression turned austere. He discovered that he was too far apart from Yi Yuan in terms of heart realm. Under Yi Yuan's influence, Tseng Yu's mind also gradually settled down. "What should we do now?" Tseng Yu asked. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Familiarize ourselves with the environment first. Let's walk toward the place with the richest spiritual energy." since it's an undeveloped stray peak, then we naturally have to choose the best eye of the spiritual vein. Sun Yu nodded and said, "The spiritual energy in the southwest direction seems to be rather thick. Let's go over and take a look." Yi Yuan nodded his head and headed in the southwest direction together with Sun Yu. Along the way, the astonishment in Sun Yu's heart grew more and more. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made him dare not to look straight at him. Those ordinary rank 4 fierce beasts could not take a single blow at all in front of him. Even the late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts comparable to 8th Firmament Divine Lords were also not enemies that could last one exchange with Yi Yuan. Only those peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts could tussle with Yi Yuan for a while. But in the end, they still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After separating from Bailey Qinyan, Yi Yuan tempered himself in the Shadow Moon Mountain range. Presently, his realm already thoroughly consolidated, his strength improving further as well. Sun Yu originally thought that Yi Yuan being able to smack a 9th Firmament Divine Lord flying with one slap more or less had some elements of luck involved. Only now did he know that 9th Firmament Divine Lord was too weak. That 9th Firmament Divine Lord was completely too weak to stand up to combat. 1. Taiyan compared to these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, and these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts were similarly finished off in one blow in front of Yi Yuan. With one comparison, the level was immediately established. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Sun Yu's mind. Recalling the scene of the entrance examination, his eyes revealed deep shock. Everyone was mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan only got first place by being stained with Bailey Qinyan's light. Looking at it now, it was simply Bailey Qinyan getting stained by Yi Yuan's light. Sun Yu naturally knew Bailey Qinyan's prowess, but he believed that no matter how formidable Bailey Qinyan was, it also would not be so effortless when facing peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. During these past few days, he personally saw Yi Yuan slay 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts alone. This kind of combat power already exceeded the scope of a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. It turned out that Yi Yuan was the #1 person in the entrance examination this time, and this glory was shamelessly usurped by the immortal Abode sect and Bailey Qinyan. But why didn't Yi Yuan contend? Sun Yu's mind revolved like lightning, thinking of many things in an instant. The spiritual energy in front seems to be somewhat different. Yi Yuan suddenly said. Sun Yu said in surprise, "Different?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The spiritual energy here should be the thickest place in the entire Fire Cloud Peak already. But in that area, spiritual energy is extremely thin." Sun Yu was startled and said, "Such a great distance, you can feel it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's go over and take a look. There might be an unexpected find." The two people gradually approached. Sure enough, Sun Yu discovered that the spiritual energy seemed to have disappeared all at once, suddenly becoming much thinner. What's going on here? Logically speaking, this position should be the eye of the spiritual vein. Why is the spiritual energy so thin? Sun Yu said with a frown. He did not notice that Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became bright. Don't know if it's the Cloud's Word lineage or Soaring Flower lineage. They really gave us a big gift. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Sun Yu felt puzzled and said, "A big gift? The spiritual energy here is so thin. Why would it be a big gift?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Have you heard before of obstructed tillage spiritual eye?" Sun Yu's entire body trembled when he heard that and said in panic, You're talking about the obstructed tillage spiritual eye whose spiritual energy thickness is even above level 9. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right." In a spiritual vein, There were numerous spiritual vein eyes. They were divided into a total of 9 levels according to the concentration of spiritual energy. But above level 9, there were still some extremely hard to come across spiritual vein terrains. Obstructed tillage spiritual. I was one of them. These spiritual vein eyes required an extremely complex environment before it could form. Furthermore, it was very hard to identify. Even if ordinaries saw it, they might not be able to recognize it too. Of course, this could not stump Dustless. Obstructed tillage spiritual. I has the spiritual energy's eruption obstructed by a special terrain. In the course of time, it will produce extremely thick spiritual energy. Once opened, the spiritual energy concentration would be far above level 9. Ha! Don't you think we picked up a great bargain? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Encountering an obstructed tillage spiritual, he was very delighted too. He was currently very eager to increase his strength too. Being able to encounter this kind of obstructed tillage spiritual, I would hasten his cultivation speed 10 times over. His luck was really not the ordinary kind of good. Chapter 1800 enough to guard the door. Chapter 1800 enough to guard the door bang. When Yi Yuan laid down the last divine essence stone, the originally thin spiritual energy suddenly spewed out frenziedly like a volcanic eruption. That violent spiritual energy was akin to materializing visible to the naked eye. Sun Yu's face revealed a look of wild elation as he said with a big laugh, "Ha ha, Yi Yuan, this time, it's really all thanks to you. I didn't expect that we actually ran into an obstructed tillage, spiritual. Under such berserk spiritual energy, me breaking through to become an 8th firmament divine lord is also a matter of within these few days." He originally felt that Yi Yuan coming to open up an abode was too dangerous. That was why he came to help. In the end, he did not help much and got a great bargain for nothing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With this spiritual energy's concentration, our cultivation shouldn't have any worries within 1,000 years. However, we have to cover up the eruption of spiritual energy here. Otherwise, it will definitely attract the coveting of observant people." Sun Yu deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "What you said is right. But wanting to block such berserk spiritual energy is probably not easy." Yi Yuan smiled and started bustling around again. After several hours, the spiritual energy in this place returned to tranquility. On the surface, it did not look any different from the other places again. But under the tranquility, that turbulent and surging spiritual energy made each of their pores relax and open up. Looking at Yi Yuan's bustling figure, the shock in Sun Yu's heart grew stronger. This guy was simply unfathomable. The two people were currently busying about when Sun Yu suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Several horrifying auras suddenly appeared from all directions. Following that, 3 fierce beasts with different forms slowly walked out of the dense woods from 3 directions. A deer-form fierce beast said in human language, "Ha! Didn't expect that there's actually a spiritual eye with such thick spiritual energy on this fire cloud peak." Very clearly, these 3 fierce beasts had already unlocked spiritual wisdom. Yi Yuan, this 3 rank 5 fierce beasts. Sun Yu instantly turned deathly pale. The joy of encountering the obstructed tillage, spiritual, I immediately evaporated into thin air. Yi Yuan was still busying about with his own things and did not seem to have the intention of paying attention to these 3 fierce beasts at all. A wild boar similarly spoke in the human tongue. "Kid, in order to reward you, your grandpa pig will personally eat you." Another giant bear said, "D-A-M-N fat pig, old dear. This place has nothing to do with you. Get further away." D-A-M-N black bear. "Who the H-E-L-I do you think you are?" Do you really think that Grandpa Pig will be scared of you? The three fierce beasts did not place Yi Yuan and Sun Yu in their sights at all, as if this place was already their territory. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a look of relief, "Finally done with it." That giant bear said, "Ha ha, this kid has some capability to actually completely conceal this spiritual eye. Completely can't see anything strange from the outside. All right, kid, quickly run. Grandpa Bear gives you 10 breaths of time. If you can escape, that's your life being tenacious." Yi Yuan ignored him and said with Sun Yu with a smile, "The remaining is opening up the abode. Stop stoning. Quickly get to work." Sun Yu was about to go crazy. How could this guy's nerves be so thick? Didn't you see that rank 5 fierce beasts talking to you? That old deer laughed loudly as he said, "Ha ha, D.M.N. Black Bear, you are being ignored by a rank 4 punk. Truly disgraceful." The giant bear was angered when he heard that and said, "Brat, Grandpa Bear is talking to you. Did you hear me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "D.A.M.N. Black Bear, you were talking to me?" The giant bear had black lines on its head. This kid completely did not know what being scared was. "D.A.M.N. Brat, to dare make fun of your Grandpa Bear. Be careful that Grandpa Bear smacks you into mush with one smack." The giant bear was greatly enraged and slowly raised its enormous bear claws. Ass, summing a posture of smacking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The three of you guys took a liking to the obstructed tillage, spiritual eye. If you guys want to cultivate here, can as well, but you have to protect the abode well for me. Otherwise, I'll kick you all out." Yi Yuan's words made the three fierce beasts thoroughly dumbfounded. Sun Yu listened until his scalp tingled. Yi Yuan was crazy, right? To actually provoke 3 great rank 5 fierce beasts. Ha! This brat actually wants us to guard his door. Looks like he's really a fool. Grandpa Bear will send you on your way. The giant bear laughed loudly, smacking a slap toward Yi Yuan. This slap was truly daunting to the extreme. The might of the celestial deity realm could not be stopped. But right at this time, an incomparably cold aura suddenly appeared. The moment this aura appeared, it was actually even stronger than the giant bear's palm. Bang! The giant bear's large body was directly sent flying out. When the other 2 fierce beasts saw this scene, their eyes were full of astonishment. How could they have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a powerful evil spirit following around him? Sun Yu looked at that evil spirit, a chill running down his spine. He did not think that not only was Yi Yuan's own strength powerful, but there was also actually still such a terrifying evil spirit following by his side. Roar! The giant bear roared and said angrily, "D.A.M.N. Brat, to actually dare sneak attack me. You're dead, for sure. A mere evil spirit. You think that you can rest easy without a care?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Big stupid bear, you alone isn't enough. Get the 2 of them to attack together. Although the 3 of you are a bit weak, it's enough to guard my door for me." Yi Yuan's words made the giant bear even more infuriated. "Punk, Grandpa Bear will tear you to pieces." While talking, the giant bear waved its terrifying giant paw, class, plussing together with the evil spirit. This time, he brought out all of his strength. However, the giant bear discovered that he was wrong very quickly, outrageously wrong. Yi Yuan's words just now were not a false statement. This evil spirit was too strong. In a few rounds, it beat him until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, crying out strangely. The giant bear shouted, "What are the 2 of you still stoning for? Don't you guys want to cultivate here anymore?" When the wild boar and old deer heard this, they exchanged a glance and also joined in the fray. with 3 fierce beasts attacking together. The situation finally took a turn for the better. However, the evil spirit under Dustless's control was seriously too strong. His ghost Tao 100 runes was used at the highest level, forcefully raising the evil spirit's combat power several levels. 3 rank 5 fierce beasts were actually suppressed firmly by an evil spirit. By the side, Sing Yu was long dumbstruck with amazement from watching. This evil spirit's aura was, logically speaking, not as strong as the 3 fierce beasts, but his combat power was abnormally terrifying. Sure enough, around freaks were all freaks. It was just that he could not figure out, why would a rank 5 evil spirit submit itself to Yi Yuan? 3 beasts and a ghost fought intensely for a full 2 hours, fighting until the entire Fire Cloud Peak was thrown into chaos. On Fire Cloud Peak, wails of fierce beasts would transmit over from time to time. The giant bear shouted, "Not fighting anymore! Not fighting anymore! We admit defeat." The 3 powerful fierce beasts had LOOD, noses and swollen faces at this time, wounds all over their bodies, their auras incomparably disorderly. They were finally beaten into submission by Dustless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How is it? Agree to guard my door for me now?" The 3 fierce beasts exchanged glances and actually could not make up their minds for a moment. They were Fire Cloud Peak's kings, but guarding the door for a human was too shameful. But they also could not resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. How frustrating. Chapter 18, 013 Beasts Showing Off Their Power. Chapter 18, 013 Beasts Showing Off Their Power outside Fire Cloud Peak. 3 figures stood in the air. The person in front was wearing a blue long robe. His aura was powerful. He was already a celestial deity realm powerhouse. If Yi Yuan were here, he would be able to recognize that this person was precisely Qian Yi, and the 2 people behind him. One was the Zhong Hanlin who had entered the sect not long, while the other was that disciple who arranged for Yi Yuan to enter the Fire Cloud Peak to open up an abode. W.A.N.G. Quan, pretty well done this time. From today onward, you're my soaring flower lineage's outer member. This medicinal pill is your reward. Qian Yi casually threw a medicinal pill over, his tone full of arrogance. However, W.A.N.G. Quan did not mind at all. In fact, he was wildly ecstatic instead. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi. In the future, if Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi has any instruction that you want to give, W.A.N.G. Quan offers his service. Feel free to speak up. W.A.N.G. Quan will definitely brave any danger to perform my duty. Qian Yi nodded his head and said, "You're certain that they entered Fire Cloud Peak?" W.A.N.G. Quan hurriedly said, "Senior Apprentice Brother, rest assured." That day, I constantly kept watch on him, and saw that the 2 of them indeed entered Fire Cloud Peak. Qian Yi said coolly, "The spiritual energy on Fire Cloud Peak is SPA-RSE. Furthermore, there are quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. That punk has high regard for himself, going along with the current, wanting to come here to train. But if he encountered rank 5 fierce beasts, that's certain death. Come, let's go take a look." Qian Yi was very confident in his own strength. Even if he ran into rank 5 fierce beasts, he also had confidence in retreating unscathed. Right at this time, several more figures flew closer from afar. There were 3 groups of people among the arrivals. They seemed to have made an appointment, arriving at this desolate Fire Cloud Peak at the same time. Qian Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "You guys really know how to pick up a bargain." Beside Duan Qinghong, a youth in white said, "Ha, Qian Yi, don't say that. It's your movement that was too fast." This person's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Qian Yi's, also a celestial deity realm powerhouse. These two people were of the cloud word lineage. There were also two other groups of people. One batch was the immortal abode lineage's Jiang Shuiyin. The other batch was the devil elephant lineage. Who could it be if not Song Ting? You can't say that. SCREWING, a puny little Yi Yuan to death, doesn't take much effort. Didn't you take his life by playing a small trick? Jiang Shuiyin said, with a smile. Qian Yi pursed his lips and said disdainfully, when we were at the Shadow Moon mountain range, you insisted on doing something superfluous and stopping me. Now, you're going to kill him. Jiang Shuiyin smiled and said, times have changed. You were going to make a move against Bailey at that time. Qian Yi gave a cold snort and said, enough C-R-A-P. Since everybody is here, why not go to Firecloud Peak and take a look? I believe that with the few of our strengths, making a round-trip exploration shouldn't be an issue. The moment these words came out, everyone all nodded. Several mighty celestial deity realm disciples taking action. Even if there were rank 5 fierce beasts, they could also deal with it. The party went down to the Firecloud Peak and started searching for Yi Yuan two people's traces. The traces that Yi Yuan left behind were very obvious. There were quite a few places on the mountain that had traces of fighting. They were not hard to find. Qian Yi and the rest did not spend much time and found the corpses of fierce beasts strewn all over the ground. When they saw the corpses of those 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, the expressions on their faces became solemn. This kid's combat power is too strong. Just a 6th firmament divine lord, and he can actually kill 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Furthermore, it looks like the battle didn't last long. Qian Yi said with a solemn face. But Jiang Shuiyin said coolly, what's so strange about it? How do you think he got first place in the first round's assessment? Therefore, he must die. Everyone all nodded when they heard it. The appearance of such a genius would break the balance of the 3 major factions. This kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Yi Yuan being signed to Tianning Peak, the 3 major factions clearly contributed to it. Otherwise, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, even if he did not have a powerful faction behind him, it was also absolutely impossible to be signed to Tianning Peak. The Cloud's Word Sect's celestial deity realm disciple, Yi Qingxiang, said with a smile that was not a smile, the spiritual energy ahead is getting richer and richer. Looks like the abode he chose lies not far ahead. But this kind of place is also very close to rank 5 fierce beast territories already, right? Hearing Yi Qingxiang's words, everyone also revealed knowing smiles. Even if Yi Yuan had a Stonies, plussing talent, encountering rank 5 fierce beasts were also certain death. Everyone followed Yi Yuan's footprints and gradually closed in on the place where the obstructed tillage, spiritual, I was at. This Firecloud Peak is really a remote hinterland. The place with the thickest spiritual energy also can't compare to a level 3 abode. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, Qian Yi said with a disdainful look. The other people's faces also revealed expressions that deeply felt that way too. The abodes that they cultivated in, those were all very high-grade spiritual eyes. Toward the Firecloud Peak, this sort of place, they naturally looked down on it. Tianning Peak was originally the spiritual vein with the most impoverished spiritual energy, and Firecloud Peak was even a stray peak with very spiritual energy within the radius of Tianning Peak. The spiritual energy here could be imagined. Roar, roar, roar. All of a sudden, a series of beast roars echoed out. Countless powerful auras instantly rang from all directions. When the few people heard, their scalps immediately tingled. The aura of each fierce beast was extremely powerful. Among them, there were several which were clearly rank 5 fierce beasts. Not good. Why would so many fierce beasts suddenly appear? Quickly go. I can't stay in this place. Jiang Xuanyan's expression changed greatly as she said. However, her voice had yet to fade when 3 fierce beasts directly scurried out of the dense woods, surrounding the few people in the center. Desolate Cloud, Ancient Bear. Gold Rainbow, Skyfiend Deer. Dragon, Thunder Mystic Hog. When Qian Yi saw these 3 rank 5 fierce beasts, he was frightened out of his wits. Although these 3 fierce beasts were only initial stage, rank 5, their strengths were definitely much stronger than them, these first firmament celestial deities. If it was only one, the few of them could still barely manage to deal with it. 3 appearing all at once. This was simply fatal. These 3 fierce beasts were naturally those 3 that Yi Yuan subdued. They were finally still unable to resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye and chose to submit. After all, Fire Cloud Peak's spiritual energy was still, relatively speaking, a little too impoverished. Reckless and blind things to actually dare interrupt Grandpa Bear's cultivation deserve to die. The Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog said, D-A-M-N Black Bear. Talk what nonsense with them. Just directly kill them. The Gold Rainbow Skyfiend Deer also said, kill. Grandpa Deer, I still have to cultivate. The 3 people did not take nonsense either, directly charging over towards Qian Yi and the rest. In an instant, the few people were forced until they were in a FLUS, Turbai 3 incomparably powerful fierce beasts. These few fellows already unlocked spiritual wisdom. We're not their match. Quickly run. Jiang Xuan yelled. How could the few people dare to linger, frantically wanting to break out of the encirclement? However, how could these 3 fierce beasts be easy to get along with? Wanting to run was not that easy too. For some time, Qian Yi and the rest fell into a bitter fight. That W.A.N.G. Quan was only a 9th firmament divine lord. Being hit by a slap from the Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear, he directly died until not even dregs remained. It was a pity that he joined the Soaring Flower lineage for less than a day and ended up Paris. H.I.+ing with his Tao disappearing. The group of people retreated as they fought, wanting to fly out of the boundary of Firecloud Peak. At that time, no matter how strong these 3 fierce beasts were, they also did not dare to chase after any more. Chapter 1802, A Zither Melody. 1802, A Zither Melody. Several figures flew out of Firecloud Peak. Each and every one of them was in a hurry. Qian Yi, Yi Qingxiang, Jiang Xuan, and the rest were all in tattered clothing currently, as if they were beggars. Song Ting, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest, their appearances were even more miserable. They were seriously injured and already on the verge of death. Under the 3 great fierce beasts' encirclement, this group of people narrowly broke out of the heavy encirclement. But the price paid was also extremely heavy. Qian Ye's expression was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, really D.A.M. N to H.E.L.L. Rank 5 fierce beasts are all extremely proud. So how could they possibly join hands with each other? How did Jiang Xuan still have any hint of the appearance of a fairy maiden at this time? She was like a crazy woman instead. Hearing Qian Ye's words, she panted and said, these 3 fierce beasts must be Firecloud Peak's Overlord S existences. Why would they appear in the same area at the same time? Qian Yi gave a cold snort and said, ignore that. Since even those 3 fierce beasts appeared in the same area, that punk is definitely dead until not even dregs remain already. The rest all nodded their heads in agreement. When they heard that, although very puzzled in their hearts, they did not want to come to this fire cloud peak anymore. Either way, judging from the traces, Yi Yuan definitely entered that area. Then the outcome that awaited him could only be one. Confirming that Yi Yuan was already dead, they naturally did not have the mind to care about whatever oddity in this remote hinterlands anymore. Yi Qingxiang scolded angrily. If this kid died, then he's died. To actually cause us to be injured like this truly deserved death. Jiang Shuiyin said coldly, "All right, enough C-R-A-P. If that kid doesn't die, his threat would be immense to us three great factions. You guys hurry up and bring those two back. Otherwise, they would really die." Qian Yi and Yi Qingxiang's faces changed, gave a cold snort, and flew over in the direction of Tianying Peak. After several years, an elegant and ethereal figure arrived at Tianying Peak, immediately attracting a series of sidelong glances. Isn't that the Bailey Qingyan of Canopy Peak? Why would she come to our Tianying Peak? Truly beautiful. What's even more nable is that her talent is even extremely terrifying. I heard that she just entered the sect for a few years, and she already broke through to half-step celestial deity. Truly monstrous. Right now, the sect is already grooming her with all their power, planning on having her take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. These few years, Bailey Qingyan could be said to have no equal in the limelight in the Shadow Moon sect. Her talent utterly crushed her peers. Even some veteran genius disciples were also firmly suppressed by her. The requirements of Partik 1P, aiding in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, was extremely stringent. Skeletal age could not exceed 2,000 years, and one must even be a celestial deity realm powerhouse. In the entire Shadow Moon sect, there were few who satisfied this condition. The likes of Jiang Shuiyan and Qian Yi were all strong contenders for this Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave slots. It was just that their talent compared to Bailey Qingyan was still not enough to look at. Bailey Qingyan's startling performance during the entrance examination, coupled with the immortal abode lineage's powerful strength, the sect had large ties of resources biased towards her currently. Having talent in addition to resources, Bailey Qingyan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, with a trend of catching up from behind. In just a few years, Bailey Qingyan was already almost breaking through to the celestial deity realm. To ordinary disciples, although this step was not considered a heavenly chasm, it absolutely could not be achieved in such a short time. This junior apprentice brother, I wonder where Yi Yuan is at. Bailey Qingyan stopped a 9th firmament divine, Lord disciple. That disciple immediately felt lightheaded, his chest instantly filled with happiness. Except about this question, he clearly did not know. Asking several people in a row, no one knew Yi Yuan, this person. This made Bailey Qingyan puzzled. Impossible. With his talent, how can he possibly be unknown in Tianying Peak? Carrying this doubt, Bailey Qingyan found the abode as signing disciple again. This junior apprentice brother, I'm Canopy Peak's Bailey Qingyan. I want to check Yi Yuan's residence. The present Bailey Qingyan already gradually developed the aura of a sovereign. When talking to ordinary disciples, she was akin to a fairy maiden high above the clouds, making people not dare to look her in the eyes. But only toward Yi Yuan, she could not quite let it go all along. Ji Quan already died, so the disciple here naturally as a different person. But even if Bailey Qingyan did not introduce herself, he also recognized her, and naturally would not refuse. He checked and saw Yi Yuan's name very soon. His expression could not help changing as he said, "Junior apprentice brother, Yi was sent to Fire Cloud Peak. Most likely, Bailey Qingyan's heart thumped. immediately having a foreboding premonition, and she said, anxiously, most likely what? That disciple said, Firecloud Peak isn't developed yet. There are fierce beasts everywhere, and also quite a few rank 5 existences. The disciples who went to open up an abode there have never returned alive before. About junior apprentice Brother Yi, there have already been no news for several years. Most likely, he's already buried in Firecloud Peak. Bailey Qingyan's face changed, and she said in a cold voice, Nonsense! With Yi Yuan's strength, how can he possibly die at the hands of fierce beasts? She knew what place Yi Yuan had gone before. How could he possibly have died? That disciple saw Bailey Qingyan fly off the handle, and immediately did not even dare to breathe loudly, faltering and unable to speak. At the same time, he was also very curious in his heart. Who in the world was this Yi Yuan to actually be able to make the Ji? Oh, Des so concerned. Seeing that disciple not speak, Bailey Qingyan bit her lips gently, turned around, and left Tianying Peak, going to find Jiang Shuiyan. Senior apprentice sister, was Yi Yuan's matters arranged by you? Bailey Qingyan's face was cold as frost as she questioned. Jiang Shuiyan knew that she could not hide for long, and said smilingly, It has nothing to do with me. It was all arranged by Qian Yi. If you want to take revenge, you can go find him. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed, and she said in shock, Take revenge? Yi Yuan, he really died? Jiang Shuiyan recounted the events on that day with a smile. Bailey Qingyan immediately turned ashen pale, a sorrowful emotion welling up in her heart. What's with me? I clearly hate him very much, but why do I have a feeling of wanting to cry? When Jiang Shuiyan saw this scene, she could not help heaving a sigh as she said, That kid was too arrogant and insolent on the account of his ability. He didn't know how to restrain himself. He'd die sooner or later in the Shadow Moon sect. Now, isn't it great that he's dead? You can focus on cultivating and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible, and then you can prepare for the Bamboo Grove martial conclave. Bailey Qingyan ignored her and left in low spirits. After several days, a Bailey Qingyan in white clothes appeared at the top of Firecloud Peak. The Bailey Qingyan, without any makeup, clad in white, seemed like an otherworldly fairy maiden. In front of her, a zither was placed. You frivolous scoundrel! My Bailey Qingyan's zither will only be played for the person I love, but you blackmailed with this and followed me into the Shadow Moon mountain range. I hate you. Now, you and I are separated by death. The promise of that day can no longer be fulfilled. Today, I'll play a melody on my zither. I hope that you can hear my zither sound in the underworld. 10 fingers moving lightly, the sounds of the zither lingered sweetly, spilling throughout the entire Firecloud Peak. 1,000-mile, lonely grave, nowhere to speak dreary words. In the zither sound, tenderness and saddened pain exuded everywhere. With the song ending, Bailey Qingyan already had tears covering her face. Turned out that my zither strings have already been stirred by you. Bailey Qingyan choked. Chapter 1803 Rage. 1803 Rage. There were no years inside the abode. Time flew. 200 years pas, set in a flash. On Firecloud Peak, it was still so desolate and barren. But on this day, there were several additional figures on the peak. One of them looked around in a panic and said fearfully, I heard that this Firecloud Peak has quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. I hope we won't run into them. The person in the lead said, Scared of what? Firecloud Peak is so big. There are only that few rank 5 fierce beasts. They will just happen to be encountered by us. As long as we pluck the crimson tail, we'll be able to complete the sex mission. Another person complained, Really, D? Why did this crimson-tailed GRAS have to grow on Firecloud Peak? Firecloud Peak is more dangerous compared to most of the other places in the Shadow Moon Mountain range. Suddenly, the eyes of that person leading lit up, and he said in great joy, "Crimson-tailed GRAS." Everyone looked. There was indeed a small tuft of spirit medicine not far away. The crimson-colored leaves trailed very long, like a tail. The few people were overjoyed and hurriedly dashed over. But right at this time, an aura that almost made them suffocate suddenly appeared. Then, an enormous bear appeared in front of them. Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear. Our rank 5 fierce beast. Wouldn't be so coincidental, right? When that person in the lead saw the old bear, his face immediately turned deathly pale, his pair of legs quaking. He was a 9th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouse too, but in front of the old bear, his strength was completely not enough to look at. The Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear's eyes revealed a murderous gleam and said angrily, "A few bugs came to interrupt your Grandpa Bear's cultivation again. You guys really deserve to die." As he said, he swung a big slap over. Under this horrifying pressure, those few Shadow Moon Sect disciples could not muster up any desire to resist at all, closing their eyes and waiting for death. "Old Bear, don't harm their lives." Suddenly, a voice came out of the dense woods. The old bear's expressions turned solemn, his aura immediately dissipating with the wind. Those few disciples let out a long sigh in relief, feeling joyful from surviving a disaster. "Disciple Lin Fan thanks Senior for your life-saving grace." That disciple in the lead bowed down in the direction of the voice. The others also followed suit one after another. In Lin Fan's view, to be able to stop a rank 5 fierce beast with a word, that must be a deacon-level existence. Otherwise, with the ferocious nature of fierce beasts, how could it possibly listen obediently? The old bear said with a disgruntled look, "Ye brat, you finally came out of seclusion." In the dense woods, a youth in white slowly walked out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When that group of disciples saw Yi Yuan, their eyes almost popped out. They even thought about which senior or expert he was, messing around for half a day. He was actually the same as them, all divine Lord Realm martial artists. Except, why would a rank 5 fierce beast be so obedient? Yi Yuan looked at the Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear and said with a smile, "Old Bear, you don't need to show an appearance like you suffered bitterly and have a deep hatred. In these 200 years, your strength also increased considerably. So shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Yuan's seclusion took 200 years' time. The obstructed tillage, spirit eyes, abundant energy also made Yi Yuan's realm rise rapidly within the 200 years, breaking through to 9th Firmament Divine Lord in one stroke. The 3 fierce beasts naturally also had a great increase in strength under such berserk spiritual energy. Presently, their strength was already comparable to a human 2nd Firmament Celestial Deity. Seeing Yi Yuan mention it, the old bear smiled embarrassingly and said, "Ha, isn't it still all thanks to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Good that you know." When those few disciples heard Yi Yuan and the Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear chatting, each and every one of them was shocked until it could not be greater. When could a human chat so peacefully with fierce beasts? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Hearing them talk, Yi Yuan seemed to live in this Firecloud Peak. Wasn't it said that Firecloud Peak was still a barren land? People who opened up abodes all died here. Then what was going on here? Yi Yuan glanced at the crimson-tailed GRAS not far away and said coolly, "You guys are here to look for the crimson-tailed GRAS." Lin Fan drew a deep breath and said with clasped hands, "Yes, junior apprentice brother, Could this place be your abode? Yi Yuan slowly nodded, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it, and responded with a question, which sub-peak are you all from? Lin Fan did not dare to dawdle, and answered, the few of us are from Heavenly Heart Peak, because we received the sex missions and need to use the Crimson Tail GRA. S. That's why we came to Firecloud Peak. We didn't expect to disturb junior apprentice brothers' quiet cultivation. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, it just so happens that I exited seclusion today. Otherwise, Old Bear probably won't let you guys off. His words made everyone's hearts clench, secretly thinking that they got lucky. That slap of Old Bear smacking down earlier, none of them could escape. But what surprised them even more was that this rank 5 fierce beast was actually guarding Yi Yuan's door. Who in the world was this guy? Opening up an abode on Firecloud Peak, this young man should be Tianying Peak's disciple. But when did Tianying Peak produce such a monstrous existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Fan, oh, right, I have a good brother called Han Yong, also at your Heavenly Heart Peak. Not seeing him for 200 years. I wonder how he's been doing recently after the entrance examination back. Then Yi Yuan, Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest were A.S. signed to different subpeaks. Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest had their own lineages as backers. The subpeaks that they were A.S. signed to naturally would not be too lousy as well. Heavenly Heart Peak was already considered average level among the 9 peaks. The resources were still rather abundant. Mentioning Han Yong, Lin Fan's face could not help changing. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. His expression turned cold. A terrifying aura crept out from his body. What's wrong with him? Feeling Yi Yuan's powerful aura, Lin Fan felt like he was almost suffocating. That was the aura of death. Only now did he know that similarly 9th Firmament Divine Lords, but Yi Yuan was D knows how many times stronger than him. After Han Yong entered the sect, he improved very quickly and became an outer sect elite very fast. But in the last 9 peaks compat, 1, Taiyan, Han Yong ran into Heavenly Bud Peak's Zhong Hanlin. In the end, he was dealt a deadly blow by Zhong Hanlin on the stage. Now, he's already a cripple, being relegated as a miscellaneous affairs disciple. When Lin Fong said finish, he discovered that a layer of frost already hung on Yi Yuan's face, and his heart could not help pounding. He seemed to have seen a blazing fury on Yi Yuan's body. This was bristling with anger, right? You guys picked the Crimson Tail GRA. S and leave, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Lin Fan was akin to being granted amnesty, being endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Only then did he bid farewell and left. After the few people left, Yi Yuan's face was cold as frost as he gritted his teeth and said, Chin Zhong Hanlin, you guys are really L.S.Y. enough. Yi Yuan naturally understood in his heart. Han Yong was remembered by Zhong Hanlin, and hence he was being implicated by him. His feud with the Soaring Flower lineage grew deeper and deeper. Han Yong, this person was very crude, but he was very straightforward and also very loyal. He was deserving of being a good brother. Old Bear, you guys help me watch over the abode well. I have some matters and need to go somewhere, Yi Yuan said to the Old Bear. Old Bear nodded and said, relax with the 3 of us around, unless it's the Shadow Moon Sect's deacon powerhouses that come. Otherwise, no one can touch this place. Yi Yuan nodded his head, feet striding out, his figure disappearing from Firecloud Peak.